of January 27th, 2010 of the Montecito Planning Commission is hereby called to order. Would you please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Mr. Secretary, the TV coverage announcement, if you would.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Montecito Planning Commission hearings are televised live on County of Santa Barbara Television, CSB-TV, Channel 20 at 9 a.m. in the South Coast, Lompoc, San Ynez Valley, Santa Maria, and Orchid areas. Rebroadcasts of Montecito Planning Commission hearings are on Fridays at 5 p.m. on CSB-TV, Channel 20. Now for the roll call. Commissioner Godsdenker. Here. Commissioner Overall. Here. Commissioner Burrows. Here. Commissioner Adelson. Here. And Commissioner Phillips.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next order of business is the appointment of the 2010 Planning Commission Chair and first Vice Chair. This is done every year, and we will do it quickly. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, I would like to nominate, since we had an abbreviated year last year, I would like to nominate Commissioner Phillips to serve as chair for the year 2010.
And I second that.
Motion made and second to continue my position as chair. Is there discussion? Is there a vote in favor? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? It looks like I'm here before you for another year. The next order of business is a nomination for first vice chair. Commissioner Burrows.
Mr. Chairman, I nominate Commissioner Overall.
Commissioner Overall has been nominated. Is there a second?
I second that.
Thank you, Commissioner. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. Thank you very much. Commissioner Overall is first chair. Agenda status report. Would that be?
Mr. Chair.
Oh, appointment of the secretary. I'm sorry. And recording secretary. Might that be you, sir?
Mr. Chair.
Or is that?
The secretary is me. If you
That's
don't
you.
vote for me, you're in trouble. And David would be the recording secretary.
Any discussion about this? Miss Mr. Black is our secretary? No?
No, I nominate Ms. Mr. Black and Mr. David Villalobos as Planning Commission Secretary and Recording Secretary. And thanks for doing such a great job, you guys.
Yes, thank you. Second, I'll second that motion. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you. It's nice to know we both still have jobs.
Yes.
I appreciate that. Would you like me to move into the status report, Mr. Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, Happy New Year. I know it's kind of late in the year to be saying that, but it's the first time I've been able to see all of you. We hadn't anticipated having this hearing in January, and thank you very much for providing us the opportunity to. As your Commission is aware, we have a number of appeals of permits for cell site facilities, and you'll be taking up 7 of those today. In addition, we have 2 lot line adjustments on your agenda, and then we have the Westmont College Master Plan agendized as item number 1, and I want to explain just a couple of pretty minor changes we've made to both your agenda and the County Planning Commission agenda, so you understand why it's showing up as a regular item. We've taken off in the administrative agenda portion of the agenda the divisional briefings. We felt it was more appropriate to include specific items to brief the Commission on. We sort of had a mishmash over the last number of years on items that we would include on the agenda as separate items versus items that we would just put under the divisional briefings. And just for public awareness and ability to participate, we are going to now be including everything on the actual agenda, and that's why we've dropped the divisional briefings. The second thing we've changed is we added some language to the first page, that page nobody ever reads, that indicates that any item on the agenda is subject to public comment. So if people wanted to comment about the projection report or other items on the administrative agenda, they are welcome to submit speaker slips, and we'll take those up as we go through the agenda. We still have the public comment section on the administrative agenda as well, and that's for comments on anything that doesn't otherwise appear on your agenda. So I just wanted to clarify that. If there are items in the administrative portion of the agenda that members of the public wish to speak to, they should submit a speaker slip and request that they be allowed to address the commission. Other than that, I think we're prepared to go forward today on all of the items on your agenda. We are going to try to efficiently move through the appeals of the various cell sites by giving you a very thorough presentation of the first, and then we'll do an abbreviated presentation of the subsequent appeals.
I had thought initially, weeks ago, that consolidating those items might be the way to go, but the more I thought about it, I think not. Each site is specific and may have different evidentiary interests to us. Saying that, we would like not to hear the same testimony 7 times if we can avoid that.
Mr. Chair, I think what you can do, both for the staff and for members of the public, is to the extent their comments are general in nature and cover really all of the various sites, it can incorporate by reference their previous testimony or previous presentations. You'll notice in the staff reports that we've prepared for you, probably the first half of the staff report really addresses general issues with each of the sites, and then there are more site-specific materials provided for each appeal. So we'll just be providing you with a summary of the site-specific after that first one. So I think everybody will get into the rhythm of this.
So your staff will be pointing out those specific items as to each appeal.
Right.
As well. Okay. That's, I think we're in agreement. Agreed, commissioners? Yeah.
Okay. And then moving to the projection report, if there are no other issues on the agenda. We are anticipating that we will have a hearing next month. You can see on February 24th, there are quite a number of items on your agenda, about 4.5 hours of work so far. So we will be proposing to to conduct that hearing. In March, we have no items projected at this point. I can't tell you today that we will be canceling that meeting. It really depends on whether or not there are other appeals for your commission to consider or other permit items, and we'll let you know as we send out projection reports whether or not that meeting will actually occur. And then further into the year, obviously, we don't have anything projected yet. This is a little bit of a different year starting out with the commission. I don't see any large projects on the horizon for the commission's consideration at this point, but we will certainly let you know if things arise.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Secretary. We have an opportunity to invite the public to comment on issues that on the agenda today, and I have 2 speaker slips. And the first is Sylvia Easton.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name's Sylvia Easton, and I reside in the 215 East Mountain Drive in Montecito. My first comment is about a manufactured house that has been put on site on Upper Hyde Road to replace a burned home. And this home is on a hillside property. It's readily visible from many directions, and I don't see any visible screening, landscape screening, to mitigate its presence. And I know your board has always been very concerned about landscaping to mitigate the views of hillside properties. We're very concerned about the property values in the immediate area as well as Montecito in general. And my question to you is, do you intend to allow more of these manufactured houses in Montecito? And will this particular property be required to be screened with some landscaping? It's really, really an eyesore, and quite surprising that it's there. My other comment is that it's been nearly a year and a half since the Tea Fire, and there are still many, many dead trees in the area and housing debris. And at what point will the residents be required to clean up the properties? Because we still get those 30 to 60 mile an hour winds regularly. There are a whole bunch of eucalyptus trees that are alive, and there's a lot of dead trees and debris, and I think it's still as much a fire hazard as it ever was. So we're concerned about that for both fire hazard and safety, as well as property value. And so that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Easton. The next speaker slip is Bob Easton. I guess he's not the speaker slip, is he? Good morning, Mr. Easton.
Good morning. Thanks, Commissioners, for the opportunity to speak here. And I want to address the manufactured house issue also. Back when I was on the Montecito Architectural Review Board back in the mid-'80s, when it was administered by the Montecito Association, David Gebhardt was the kind of the leader of the board, and he always told people that manufactured houses were not allowed in Montecito. And I didn't realize that it was apparently not in the ordinances until I called recently, because I think the manufactured house is a blight on the neighborhood, should not have been allowed. And I certainly am going to fight any other manufactured houses that ever get approved up in our neighborhood and anywhere in Montecito, because I don't think it's appropriate. And we found out, we thought it was a temporary house when we first saw it go up, but we were then told that it was a permanent house, and that's one reason that Sylvia and I are here. As an architect, I want to mention that there's really no advantage to allowing a manufactured house in Montecito area, because the only justification would be that it's a hurry-up deal, that they can hurry up and buy the house, bring it out on a truck, and put it up. Cost-wise, I don't think there's any advantage. The advantage to manufactured housing is if you're in a remote area where there's not a construction industry that can build your house. I can certainly show that I could design something that would be similar and custom and be cost-efficient also. So there's really no justification other than a hurry-up situation to allow a manufactured house. So if people try to justify it on the basis of cost, I think that that's an inappropriate argument. So I just am going to also appear at the Montecito Board of Architectural Review and let them know my opinion on that also. And so I wish that I would certainly idealize that you folks would try to initiate something that would wind up in the ordinances that would disallow manufactured houses in Montecito. I'd certainly like to see that progress, and I think it would be totally appropriate for everybody's property values and the beauty of the area. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Easton. Commissioners, I suspect there's a different procedure for homes affected by the Tea Fire, and I'm sure we don't see them, but the screening issue raises some concern for me. Ms. Scott-Stanker?
That's accurate. If a property owner is doing what the county and we have all come to know as like for like, there really is no review process put in place at this time. I mean, it's a huge benefit to the people who have lost their homes, who choose to go in that direction, because it cuts a number of the land use fees are not required to be paid, and the project can move forward in a much more rapid manner, let's just say. With regards to the manufactured house that is currently on site, and I can address the screening on that that project is still in the permitting process. You know, there are some issues with regards that I was going to address when we got to the informational briefings that are going on the Upper Hyde Road, which are impacting all 13 owners up there. And the contractor on that particular property was allowed to go ahead and put the house there, although it is not being occupied at this point until a lot of the issues around road and fire suppression water are resolved. And I would assume at that point that the ability of that property owner and the ability of the neighborhood as a whole to cause screening to happen around that project will then move forward. But right now, you know, he doesn't even have a totally permitted structure. You know, so, and there's a number of issues that, as I said, I'll go into when we come to Planning Commission briefings.
Thank you, Ms. Scott-Stenker. Director Black, with these fast track of, let's call it abbreviated review process, is there a screening consideration?
Mr. Chair, thank you for directing this to me. I wanted to just confirm, first of all, that Claire is correct, Commissioner Gottstinker is correct, that the department basically has two processes for fire rebuilds. One is if somebody is building essentially the same square footage and the same height, so essentially the same volume or less, then the project is simply exempted from planning review and it goes into the building process. So there's no BAR review, there's no landscape plan requirement. And the idea behind that in the ordinance, and this is a provision in the ordinance, is that these property owners did not cause the need for rebuilding their site, and so they're provided with this I wouldn't say expedited process, I'd say waiver of process to get back into their homes. And it is a matter of both cost and efficiency in getting people back into their homes. So no, there isn't a landscape requirement. I think we've seen most people re-landscape their properties. It may not be their first priority. Some people have extremely tight budgets to get back on their sites, and so that's not going to be their first priority.
Thank you. Commissioner Gottstinker, you're out front on this effort, I know, in Mountain Drive. Is there any community attempt to guide the homeowner into the appropriate architecture and screening and things like that?
Yes, absolutely. The Mountain Drive Homeowners Association meets with pretty much everybody up there on a regular basis, and and has actively encouraged people to clean up their lots, and remove debris, and we've been working in conjunction with the Montecito Fire District and their hazard abatement team, and Cal Fire has come in and done some work. So, I mean, it really is an ongoing process, I mean, I think that one has to continue to remember that that there are some very, very large issues to be dealt with by these property owners. And we're a year and 2 months past the fire, and right now, I think, and Diane can correct me, there's only, I may think maybe 5 permits that have been pulled. I'm not quite sure where we're at right now. I mean, I don't, it may be more than that. I don't really know, but there's to date there has been only my occupancy permit is now in the process of being signed off. So, in our land use code, there's requirements that need to be met at the time that the building plans are submitted to the building department, and then there are also issues that can be dealt with prior to occupancy. And so everything is very much in flux and moving forward. And I understand that for the Eastons who did not lose their house, they may be frustrated that they're having to live there, but it can't possibly match the frustration of what many of these owners are having to deal with as far as infrastructure replacement, which is what I was going to report on when we get to informational briefings and the movement we've made in as far as that direction, and that directly affects the manufactured home site and why nothing other than putting that project on the site, nothing has moved forward there. And hopefully within the next month or so, there will be some major movement on the what we call the Upper High Tract Road, which is 13 property owners.
Mr. Director, I wonder if it would be time to certainly not change the policy. I think the waiver no one would object to that given the circumstances, but we may be facing unintended consequences, and I wonder if more review might not be in the best interest of everyone.
Mr. Chair, I don't think we have a choice. I mean, the ordinance is quite clear. If you meet the provisions for like review, then you're exempt from, essentially exempt from.
And like for like, as I recall, is square footage pretty much?
It's square footage and volume, so height and square footage, footprint. So I feel like at this point, that would certainly be changing the rules on people who have relied on those rules, and it would be not appropriate. I think the Mountain Drive Community Association has done a very good job of trying to help people understand the importance of good design and screening and things like that. It's just going to take some time.
And that's the way we'll go on this, it looks like.
And this is not, unlike the experience we had with the Painted Cave Fire, where, it was
How did that work out
for a while.
How did that work out in terms of resulting architecture and impact on the community?
Well, architecture is in the eye of the beholder.
That's right.
So,
as Mr. Easton
you'll have to tell me
will
what
remind us often coming
You'll have to
forward.
tell me what you think. There were 400 homes that were rebuilt through as a result of the Painted Cave Fire. I think it was 400. Yeah. So, the most visible is the area on El Sueño, off of El Sueño Road, which you can see from the freeway. And, some people think it's better, and some people probably don't.
Very good. Very good. Well, Mr. and Mrs. Easton, thank you for your testimony, and I guess we'll be hearing more about this as we go forward.
Mr. Chair, I
Yes.
will bring we did report to the board in December on the status of rebuilding efforts for both the Jesucita and the T-Fire, and I will bring those, that report to your commission next month, updated obviously to reflect where we are today, just so you have a better sense of where we're at in the rebuilding process.
Yeah, certainly the square footage that's a sensible exchange. It's I guess I've just lost the word, the landscape blocking, what do we call it? Screening issue seems to be, would have the greatest impact on the community visually. But let's see how that goes. Planning, public comment is now closed, and Planning Commissioner's informational reports will be entertained. And these are brief reports on planning issues, seminars, meetings, literature that would be of interest to the public or commission as a whole. Are there any? Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. The Montecito Association had a tribute ceremony to Maria Harold, whom we all know as one of the premier historians of Montecito. That was last Saturday. It was well attended, and her family was there. We dedicated a bronze plaque to Maria in acknowledgement of all of her work. And it was a very beautiful and very moving ceremony, and I commend the Montecito Association for sponsoring that.
Thank you. Commissioner Overall.
I'd like to make a statement, direct a question to Ms. Black. I've heard a number of comments related to the status of the Miramar project, and I think for the benefit of the public, we might want to clear up any potential misunderstandings. When we were in the midst of hearing this project and we had the charm offensive, for want of a better term, we were planning and development and the MPC were portrayed as holding up this project or potentially accused of holding up the project by undue process. And I just think it's worth setting the record straight that, unless I'm mistaken, and that's the question part of it, as I understand it, there's nothing that Planning and Development is doing at this point in time, and nothing certainly that the Planning Commission is doing at this time, that it would keep the Miramar project from moving forward. I think there are things that they have to do. I know, for instance, they have to come back before us with to address the cottage-style design, but short of that, I don't think there's anything that we're in the process of holding up the project. Is that a fairly correct portrayal of the status?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Overall, I think that's a fair portrayal of the status of the project. We did meet with the Miramar team and a number of representatives from the county, I don't know, at least 6 months ago, to review the conditions that were attached to the project by both the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors, and reviewed what was necessary in order to achieve compliance and receive permits. To my knowledge, the only thing that Miramar has submitted to date is their notice on the availability of the cottages, which was certainly a requirement. I think those had to be made available to members of the public for at least 60 days for the commission's per the commission's conditions. I also think they may have taken, now that I recollect that, they may have taken something to the HLAC on documentation of the historic resources on the property. Aside from that, I don't believe we've seen any revised plans reflecting the commission's action. We certainly haven't received a request for your commission to review the plans in the context of the cottage style, which was a condition. We've not seen plans returned to the MBAR, so all of those sort of more visible points of contact have not yet occurred. We do expect to receive a request for an extension of their coastal development permit, and that will come to your commission.
So it would be fair to say that whatever the delays are in moving forward on the Miramar are probably a result of the economic condition, has absolutely nothing to do with planning and development or the MPC.
That's, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Overall, that's certainly my understanding.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner.
Yeah, do we have a time frame on the removal of the buildings, or has that been cleared that they can remove the buildings at this time?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Idelson, I'm not exactly sure, because I haven't looked at the permit conditions in a while, what was necessary in order for them to actually clear the structures. I don't think they've applied for demolition permits.
Okay.
So I don't think there's a time frame.
I consider it, I go down there frequently, and I really consider it a hazard to be in our community with the condition of those buildings. So I would prefer to see them removed if you have clearance on that, if they get the permit.
Very good. Commissioners, any other informational items? Commissioner Gottstein.
Yes, as I kept referring to, for the last, well, actually, the process started the week before Christmas and is now intensely moving forward. And it directly relates to Mr. Easton and Mr. and Mrs. Easton's comments with regards to the rebuilding of the Upper Hyde Road. The work that those homeowners have done in conjunction with myself and other members in the community, and the reason that people have not been able to move forward with their building plans and their lives on that Upper Hyde Road is because until the last 2 weeks, we have not been able to come up with a plan and the financial backing to meet the requirements of the Montecito Fire District with regards to fire suppression water and the rebuilding of the road to the standards that the Montecito Fire Department is requesting. I met with First District Carbajal the last week before Christmas and explained to him the problems that we're having there. And a lot of it, granted, it is financial for these people. These are people who are in their 80s and 90s, and we have now been able to determine that the rebuilding of the Upper Hyde Road to meet the standards that have been somewhat reduced from the state code requirements at the discretion of the chief are going to cost between $1.5 and $2.8 million. Collectively, on that Upper Hyde Road, there is not that much insurance money in the pot. I mean, it's really straight. There's just not. You take all 13 people, put them together, you put all their money in the pot, that doesn't even come close to what's needed to rebuild that road and to put in the fire suppression water. And so in December, I discussed this with First District Supervisor Mr. Carbajal, and an extraordinary effort has been put together, it kind of makes me cry, by the County of Santa Barbara and the Montecito Fire District and the community, the 13 families as a whole, and it has been determined by the County of Santa Barbara that there's a possibility, and this is what we are hard at work on right now, of a partnership being created with all these entities to establish what is known in land use as a special assessment district. And that is now moving forward. I mean, Friday we met, the whole group of us met, and we've been having ongoing weekly meetings with the Board of Directors of the Montecito Fire District, and it looks like we are well into forming that special assessment district. And with the cooperation of the Montecito Fire District, the bond to support that special assessment district would be put up by the Montecito Fire District at whatever is determined is the final figure to rebuild that road. And then it would be assessed to the homeowner's property tax bills over a period of 20 years. The payback of that special assessment would then take place. I mean, it's just a huge, big deal for those property owners, because the reality, as the Eastons have pointed to, is people, have not cleaned up those lots. I understand that. They have not gone ahead and planted trees, but they have not known up until yesterday that they were even going to be able to rebuild, and that's the process that's been going on in the background. And I understand that for some people it's, they still have to deal with that, but for those property owners, it has been a very, very hard road to get to this point. And it's been a pretty extraordinary process for me in the last 2 weeks, because being who I am in that community and who I am as a representative for the county, I have been in meetings almost every day with legal consultants, with tax consultants, with Montecito Fire District, with county people, and it looks like we go back to the Montecito Fire District Board of Directors on Wednesday next for all of the lawyers to present us with all of the ramifications of this. But I think once this special assessment district is in place and there's monies available, those 13 people will be able to move forward actually getting their permits to rebuild. I mean, that's part of this, has been underlying why this particular group, these 13 families, have not been able to move forward. So, I mean, and also I should mention that we've had tremendous cooperation from the Montecito Water District, who is going to extend the water main up, so the fire suppression water will be served by a fire hydrant. That will be 7 of those 13 families. That still leaves 5 of the families who are above the pressure that fire hydrant can service. But what it means overall to the aesthetics of the community is it's a huge reduction in the amount of water tanks that would be required. An aesthetic consideration for hillside development in Montecito. I mean, we were looking at 10 water tanks, 15,000 gallons each, and we're now way down in that. So it's all, manufactured home or not, all of this is in process, and I would request that, that it just is going to take time. And you can see it's taken a year and 2 months to even get to the point where we can even move forward. So I just wanted to let the rest of the commissioners know. I mean, the only other special assessment district that has come out in discussions is one up in Lompoc. So this is really an extraordinary move on the part of the county to support this option that's available to homeowners.
Commissioner, thank you. That's very helpful information. Appreciate that report. And a lot of hard work. I'm glad you didn't end up heading to New Zealand and decided to stay. I'm sure the community welcomes that decision as well. Yeah. Thank you. Commissioners, any other reports to make? Nope. Seeing none, I will close that. Commissioners, let's take a look at the minutes of December 16th, and I'm looking for a motion to approve, amend, deny.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion to approve and seconded. The Planning Commission special hearing is December 16th minutes. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. Commissioner Burrows abstains because she was absent, and they are approved 4-0. How would we do that? Is that 4-2 abstention? Yeah, 4-2.
401.
401. That's right. I've forgotten that. Yeah. Thank you. Very good. Director's report. Ms. Black. Sir, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chairman Phillips, Commissioners. It's nice to see you. Happy New Year. Since the last commission meeting of December 16th, there have been a number of items that went to the Board of Supervisors of interest that I'd like to report on. On the 5th of January, there was a report presented on the situation with medical marijuana dispensaries and the possibility of having a moratorium on those dispensaries, and direction was given to staff as to how we should proceed with an ordinance. I'll be commenting more on that in a moment. On the 12th, the item I think of most interest there was an appeal of the Chisan Nursery in North County, which has been an ongoing issue for quite some time. At the last minute, the appeal was withdrawn. However, the board, in particular Supervisor Farr, in whose district the operation is, provided clear direction to the applicants regarding their compliance with the wishes of the Planning Commission and the conditions of their permit. On the 19th, P&D had a very busy day at the board. We took forward a request for an increase in the hourly rate for planning projects. That was the result of previously negotiated increases in salaries, benefits, and overhead. That was approved. We heard an outstanding report on the census efforts of long-range planning, and kudos to Derek Johnson and Susan Curtis and Lucy Pendle, among others, for the work that they're doing, the very important census work that they are doing with very limited resources. I believe that your commission will be hearing a report on that in the not-too-distant future. We also took forward a report on code enforcement, updates and improvements in the code enforcement process that have been made, and also a request that there be some changes to the ordinance and Title 24A, I believe, and those changes were fairly straightforward. One, that we changed the wording slightly by removing the words "on the property" so that we could enforce on non-compliance with conditions which are not specifically issues on the property. Also, we took forward that we were directed to change the noticing requirements for notices of violations and notices of determination of fine to allow as some additional methods for delivering those notices other than simply the certified mail, which if someone doesn't sign for it, doesn't actually get served. So in the case that that does not happen, we can now deliver a copy and follow up with regular first-class mail, and that will suffice. So that's very helpful. We also considered a work plan, which is relevant in many respects to some of the items that you're going to be hearing today, which was to consider potential changes to the telecommunications ordinance. And the board directed us to make certain changes in the ordinance, and specifically what they directed was that we should change the ordinance, or in some cases this does not require an ordinance change, that applications should include information on coverage and alternative siting analysis, that there should be an increase in public noticing for applications, that we should require public hearings for applications which do not currently require public hearings, such as Tier 1 applications, and that we consult with the CEO's office regarding the sources of funding necessary for this ordinance work. We fully realize that these changes do not address some of the concerns of the constituents, which are effectively outside the authority of the county to control. We also, on the 19th, took forward a draft ordinance for a moratorium on medical marijuana dispensary facilities, which was approved. So and we will be going back to the board in the not-too-distant future. Not unlike many jurisdictions across California, this provides the county time to decide what they want to do with those facilities, how they should be regulated or potentially banned. And finally, on the 19th, the Clink appeal of the Montecito Planning Commission's approval of the Grassini single-family dwelling additions was heard by the board. And unfortunately, no resolution or agreement between the parties seemed to be feasible. So considering that, the board denied the appeal and approved the project that was approved by your commission. And then yesterday we had an actual first reading of the code enforcement change ordinance that had been considered by the board in the previous meeting. That concludes the director's report. If there's any questions or additional information or other things that you'd like to hear about now or in the future, please let us know.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Thank you. Commissioner.
Secretary, Ms. Black, will we be, is it possible for us to get a copy of the code enforcement ordinance that's being proposed? I mean, I just know it's an issue from all of Montecito that, that it's always like, well, you've got all these rules, but there's no enforcement. So, and I know that this is a move forward by the county to kind of tighten that. I just personally would like to see what that looks like.
Yes, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Gottstinker, we'll get you a copy of the full report, which includes the ordinance amendments.
Great, thank you.
And there are amendments to Chapter 24A. That's why the commissions did not see them. It's our administrative fine ordinance, so it's outside of the land use development code. But I think it's important for you to see them. Yeah. Definitely. And we've made other improvements in the program, so I think it would be a really helpful report for you to see.
Excellent, thank you. Let's turn our attention to our standard agenda. Item number 1 is Westmont College Master Plan. And Mr. Tuttle, good to see you. You'll be presenting. Oh, we need to read it into the record. I keep running over your show here. I'm sorry, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The Montecito Planning Commission will receive a report on the status of the Westmont College Master Plan.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. I'll keep this brief since I know you have a fairly full agenda in front of you today. There's not a whole lot to report as far as the activities at Westmont currently. Over the last month, since the last time I was here before you, there's been several rain delays. Last week, construction was essentially shut down. There was some interior work that was done in the Adams Center and Winter Hall, but most of the effort was directed towards erosion control and water quality issues. Pleased to report that according to our on-site monitor that they fared very well with their best management practices, and the water entering into the creeks from the construction site was cleaner or indistinguishable from upstream. So that was good to see. As far as activities going on right now, they are working on finishing up landscaping along the perimeter roadway. The track surfacing is near completion. Adams Center and Winter Hall, they are doing much of their interior work, drywall, installing plumbing, utilities, mechanical equipment. They're working on the installation of the copper roofs, so they're making good progress on both of those buildings. The central plant, both the central plant and the small track storage building recently received occupancy clearance, so those have pretty much been completed. And the average daily trips, I'd like to report on those, since that's always of interest, continued to be well below the cap. As if you recall, the cap is 3,718 average daily trips, and their average, cumulative average for the year so far for weekdays is 3,055, so nearly 700 trips below the cap. And then on weekends and holidays, the cap is 2,650, and their average to date is 1,619 for the academic year. So the traffic continues to be well below the averages set forth by your commission. As far as overall compliance issues, the last month has been pretty quiet in that regard, so that is also good to see. No major compliance issues that our monitor has identified. There continues to be the occasional construction worker arriving too early or too late, or leaving at the inappropriate time, but overall for a project of this magnitude, and when you're dealing with several layers of contractors and subcontractors and sub-subcontractors, they're doing a great job, and our monitor is on top of it. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. Any questions for Mr. Tuttle?
Yes. I did have a question. And I don't know whether this ever got put in as a condition, and I clearly don't have my condition packages anymore for Westmont. There was a lot of discussion about the timing of Phase 1, and then a break, and Phase 2. Was it actually conditioned that Phase 1 would be built in a year and a half? Was there actually a tight condition that closed them in somehow?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gottstinker, I think the condition you're referring to is that they had to pull their building permits. They had 18 months between pulling their first building permit and their last building permit. in an effort for Phase 1, in an effort to try to keep the Phase 1 within a period of time. But there was no limit on, once they pulled their permits, then how long it would take to actually construct.
Thank you.
But there is obviously the condition that the quiet period between Phase 1 and any subsequent future phase is a minimum of 5 years, but a minimum of 5 years or twice the length of the construction period.
Okay, yeah, thank you for clarifying that.
Commissioner Overall.
Mr. Tuttle, actually, kind of piggybacking on that, I know I think it was the last hearing, you dropped the information related to Westmont losing its big funder, and I don't think we had any follow-up questions at that time. There's no urgency on this, but I think at some point this year it would be nice if either you could get from Westmont or if they could come while we still have institutional memory that, like Miss Gottstanker just gave evidence of. If we could kind of get a feel for what the implications of that are for the institution in terms of what got built in Phase 1, what didn't get built, if anything, and just what the implications are. I'm sure they're significant for the institution, but I think from a planning standpoint, it would be nice for us to have some grasp of that as well. Is that clear?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, that is clear. I can certainly come with specifics at the next hearing if you'd like, or I can attempt to answer that question now if you'd prefer. Generally speaking, the implications are that initially Phase 1 comprised a total of approximately 165,000 square feet of new development, which equated to not quite half of the total master plan. And that included a number of buildings, the Adams Center, Art Center, Winter Hall, Science and Math, the central plant, which would run the equipment, heating and cooling for the various academic buildings, the track storage building, the new perimeter road, and the residence hall, and the chapel, which were those last two being fairly large components of the project. And it's those last two that have now fallen out of the initial phase of construction due to the lack of the necessary funding. So the residence hall complex and the chapel auditorium are both going to be pushed to a later phase. Whether that's going to be Phase 2 or a future phase, I don't have the answer to that, and that's something perhaps that Westmont could come back if you are interested.
That was very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tuttle. Mr. Idelson, do you have a comment? Thank you. Thank you very much. We're going to take a 5-minute break before we proceed to standard agenda item number 2. Thank you. The Commission is back in order. Standard agenda item number 2. Mr. Secretary, if you would read that into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is a hearing on the request of Jennifer Foster, agent for the owners Bob Filati and Nisrin Mahmood, to consider case number 09LLA5, application filed on June 9, 2009, and to accept the exemption pursuant to Section 15305A of the State Guidelines for Implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, ex parte communications and site visit disclosure, if any. Chairman Gottstanker. Commissioner Gottstanker, sorry. Yeah, easy for you to say.
I have none
Very
to
good.
report.
Commissioner Overall. Commissioner Burrows. I am aware of the site. I've been on the site, and I have had no ex parte communication. Staff presentation, Ms. Mosier.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Today I will be presenting the Fulati lot line adjustment. The project is located at 435 and 445 Nicholas Lane in the Montecito area and is zoned 2E1. The proposed project is to adjust the lot line between two adjacent parcels to convert Lot 1 from 1.0 acres to 0.99 acres, and to convert Lot 2 from 1.0 acres to 1.01 acres. Both parcels are currently developed with single-family residences, and the purpose of the lot line adjustment is to create more front yard space on Lot 2. This slide shows the existing parcels outlined in yellow. Here we see the existing lot line to be adjusted, and here in blue we see the proposed lot line following the lot line adjustment. As a result of the requested lot line adjustment, a portion of the driveway serving Lot 2 would become located on Lot 1. Therefore, the project has been conditioned to require reservation of an easement for access and utilities over Lot 1 in favor of Lot 2. Going back to the aerial photo, the area that we're talking about is right here on Nicholas Lane where the driveway comes in on Lot 2. It currently is on, completely within Lot 2, and then following the lot line adjustment, this area right here would be an easement over proposed Lot 1 in favor of Lot 2 so that the driveway could remain in that same location. The project is consistent with all applicable requirements of the Montecito Land Use and Development Code, including Section 35-430-110B pertaining to lot line adjustments, is consistent with the Chapter 21 subdivision regulations, and is consistent with the comprehensive plan, including the land use element and Montecito community plan. Specifically, the project is consistent with Montecito Land Use and Development Code lot line adjustment findings requiring that no lot that conforms to the minimum lot size shall become non-conforming. The project is consistent with this requirement because both parcels are currently and would remain non-conforming. They're both required to be 2 acres, but are currently both 1.0 acres and would remain below 2 acres following the lot line adjustment. Additionally, the lot line adjustment would not create a new non-conforming lot. So it meets the requirements of that finding. In light of the project's consistency with applicable ordinance and policy regulations, staff recommends that your commission adopt the required findings for the project, including CEQA findings, accept the exemption pursuant to CEQA Section 15305A, and approve the project subject to the conditions of approval. That concludes my presentation, but I would also ask that you, in any motion for approval, incorporate standard conditions and changes to condition number 3 as noted in the staff memo provided to you today dated January 27th. This just shows a few minor changes to the conditions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayshore. Questions, commissioners? Commissioner Idelson.
Yeah, I have a question. Could the needs of the applicant been achieved through easements? Would that have been possible?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Idelson, I think the agent would like to address that question.
Good morning, Commissioners. I'm Jennifer Foster, the land use consultant for the owners. And I did want to just add something to Ms. Mayshore's presentation. One of the other reasons why the owner wanted to do the lot line adjustment is that they have plans to actually change the locations of the driveways on each parcel. Because as you can see, the driveways on each parcel are close together, they're side by side. And what they'd like to do on the upper parcel, which is Lot 2, is take it from where it is and move it to the other side of the parcel so the driveways are separated, and so then they can create a driveway that will more conform to the fire district standards, because that driveway is very steep right now. And if they can move it to the other side, then they can start from a higher grade and make it more conforming to the contours of the lot, and then it will be on much lower of a slope. And then on the driveway on Lot 1, they'd like to move that over a bit and make it a nicer entrance because it's a very short driveway. You just come straight up and you're right at the house. So they'd like to improve that driveway as well. So we're doing the reservation of easement just so in the meantime there's legal access until that project is done. And then, as Ms. Mayshore mentioned, they'll get some extra yard space up at the top of their lot, but the goal is not to have, easements between the parcels, so they prefer the lot line adjustment.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Mayshore? You mentioned that the zoning is 2 acres and that these are non-conforming. The whole neighborhood is 1 acre, pretty much. I don't think there's any 2 acres on Nicholas. How did that happen? Any idea?
Mr. Chair, I believe that zoning happened with the Montecito Community Plan, and part of the reason may have been, if they want to create any new lots, they're going to have to meet that requirement, but these existing lots would be able to remain.
But the result is that these lots will be consistent with the community lots in size.
That's correct.
The neighborhood lots. Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Applicant presentation.
We have nothing to add to the presentation. We're just here for questions.
Very good. Questions, commissioners? Public comment. Any speaker slips? Anyone wish to speak? Seeing no speaker slips, we will close public comment. Questions, deliberations of commissioners. Mr. Overall.
I'd make a motion that we accept staff's recommendation, including the revisions in the staff letter to the condition number 3 and the other language included in it.
I'll second that motion.
Motion made and seconded to approve staff recommendation as amended. All in favor? Aye. All opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Ms. Mayshore. We can now move to the standard agenda item number 3, the Tullis lot line adjustment. Mr. Secretary, if you would read this into the record.
Mr. Chair, okay. The following is the request of Tom and Kristen Tullis to consider case number 09 LLA 10, application filed on September 14, 2009, and to accept the exemption pursuant to Section 15305A of the State Guidelines for Implementation of the California Environmental Quality Act.
Thank you very much. Ms. Peugeot, welcome.
Mr. Chair, if
Yes.
you could just give us a moment, we'll
Sure,
pull up
absolutely.
the PowerPoint presentation and be ready to go.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Peugeot.
I'm here now. This is the Tullis lot line adjustment. Case number 09LLA10. This project is between Hot Springs Road and Para Grande, north of East Valley Road. The address is 602 Para Grande. The property site is outlined in yellow for you. Here is Hot Springs on the east, Para Grande on the west. First, just a moment of a tour of the property itself. There are some existing structures on the property. There are two long buildings on the southern half of the overall site. These are non-conforming dwelling units. They date back to an earlier development of an estate by Richard Underhill, and it was called the Bolt Estate. I think it was also called La Manzanita, and it was built around 1917. These are outbuildings associated with that estate. The original part of the estate was several parcels up, but these are some remnant pieces of it, and then there's also some remnant hardscape features on the property, some low stone walls and all that you'll see on the lot line adjustment plan as still existing on site. We did have a historic report done on the properties. The two long buildings were not considered high enough in importance to retain. However, the windows in this most northern building were. This building has, since this photo was taken, been demolished. The windows were reserved and will be reused in a remodeling project sometime in the future. But there is an existing access point from Para Grande and a parking area that you can see in here in this asphalt area. And then there's also an undeveloped but usable with some sort of equipment right now access point from Hot Springs, and I'll have a couple of photos of that for you in a minute. And there's several oak trees on the property. This is the Para Grande access, and that goes into that parking lot with the two long buildings in the prior photo. This is the Hot Springs access, which would at some point probably be improved. This is the lot line adjustment map, and just briefly on here, because I have some other diagrams and photos I'd like to show you, just want to point out that on this map are the two long buildings. This is some of that remnant hardscaping features from the old Bolt Estate. And you can see here a proposed access way from Hot Springs, and you can see a driveway entrance. If you look really closely, you can see the curvature of the entrance there. Yeah. This is a merged lot that will be lot line adjusted if your approval is, the request is approved today, and it'll be a lot line adjusted down to this red line. I have a little bit of a better graphic on that for you in just a second. So this is the same diagram. This shows the result of one of the merged parcels that we'll talk about in a minute, and this shows the proposed adjusted line. There are, and historically have been, actually 7 legal parcels on this property. And what I'm showing you in this diagram is a map of those 7 parcels. There's, I'll just kind of point to them, and I have another graphic that shows a little more clearly. There's one here, southern parcel. There's a small one down in the southwest corner, another small one here. There's, excuse me, this is another parcel, this one, and then this one is another sliver created by those old deeds. So if we look at this diagram, hopefully this helps a little bit in describing those parcels and what will eventually result in 2 lots on the property if approved by you. The legal lots are numbered, parcel 1, and they're color-coded. So parcel 1 is this light salmon color. That's the existing parcel 1. Parcel 2 in light blue. This small darker salmon one is a separate parcel 3. Parcel 4 over by Hot Springs, which is basically, a long rectangular lot that would be used for access if the lot line adjustment is approved as proposed. Parcel 5, another small one in the north. Parcel 6, and then this sliver parcel 7. The applicant has submitted and applied for mergers of these parcels to the surveyor, requesting that these 7 parcels be merged down to 2. And with that merger, then he is requesting that the 2 remaining parcels be approved for a lot line adjustment, and the lot line adjustment line is shown in dark blue. So basically, the merger would create 2 parcels. It would create this larger salmon parcel, including the dark salmon, and then the second parcel through the merger would be the blue areas. And then the salmon area would be lot line adjusted down to this portion in the south. So the result of the lot line adjustment, if approved, would be this area under the blue line, and then all the rest would be the additional parcel. Just to clarify on the access, proposed parcel 2 of the lot line adjustment would be accessed through Hot Springs, and proposed parcel 1 of the lot line adjustment would be accessed through Para Grande. I've provided a statistical chart. The merged Lot 1, which is this one, would be 0.78 acres, and after the lot line adjustment would be 0.38 acres. And the merged parcel 2 would be 1.35 acres, and after the lot line adjustment would be 1.75 acres. And parenthetically, in the second column, I've provided you with the before merger lot numbers. The total acreage on site is 2.12 acres. And then in the final 2 columns, I've given you some information on the street frontage parcel widths, particularly along Para Grande. So Lot 1 would go from approximately 151 feet down to about 94 feet on lot width, and Lot 2 would go from approximately 157 feet to 213 feet along Para Grande. In the consistency analysis, of course, the project is subject to the comprehensive plan, particularly land use element, and the Montecito community plan. It's also subject to the Chapter 21 subdivision regulations for lot line adjustments and to the Montecito Land Use Development Code. The land use designation is single-family residential at a 0.5 density, which basically means a 2-acre parcel size, which allows 1 primary dwelling unit per 2 acres. All public services are available. Currently, the site has a septic system that will be or is being abandoned, and they will be moving to district services for their sanitary service. In the terms of compatibility, we took a look at the surrounding neighborhood areas and have estimated that approximately 2/5 of the surrounding parcels are less than 1 acre in size, similar to what parcel 1 of the lot line adjustment would result in. And another 2/5 are somewhere between 1 and 2 acres, which is the category that parcel 2 of the lot line adjustment would fall into. And approximately 1/5 of the surrounding parcels meet the minimum 2-acre zoning requirement for the area. In terms of structural development, the 2 long structures that I showed you on site are legal non-conforming dwelling units. Each structure had 3 non-conforming units in it, so one of those buildings was demolished. So currently, as it is today, there are 3 dwelling units on the overall site. After the lot line adjustment, there would be 2. In terms of floor area guidelines, that existing dwelling, which is proposed in the future, I believe by the applicant to be remodeled back into a single-family dwelling, would meet the FAR guidelines on proposed parcel 1. And we mentioned the access points previously. They would use those existing access points, and no tree removal would be required as a result of the lot line adjustment. In terms of the zoning, the site is non-conforming. The merged parcels and the adjusted parcels, all of them are non-conforming and would continue to be non-conforming. The zoning does require a 150-foot lot width regulation for new subdivisions, but it also allows that non-conforming lots can be exempted from that requirement, and exempted from that requirement in terms of development as well. There would be no increased subdivision potential after the lot line adjustment because there would be a resulting 2 parcels, each of the parcels under 2 acres. And in terms of staff recommendation, staff recommends that you make the required findings for approval of the project. I do want to point out a correction that we would like to make to finding 2.0.1, which should reference subsection 35.430.110B and not 100B. And we also recommend you accept the exemption pursuant to section 15305A and approve the project subject to conditions. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Ms. Peugeot. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. On the issue of compatibility, how many, it's on, okay. Can you hear me now? June, can you hear me? Here, let's see if I can. Thank you. On the issue of compatibility, how many other lots in that area are 1/3 of an acre or less?
I could give you a number count based on the parcels that I reviewed. Let me just tell you a little bit of what I looked at. I looked at the area between Para Grande and Hot Springs. I also looked at an expanded area that goes a little bit north of that, and east, west, and south down to East Valley Road. So I looked at an area of about 85 or so total parcels as the immediate vicinity. There are several parcels of .38 or less south of the project site. I could give you a count, but it would take me a few minutes to do that. But I'd say at least half a dozen or more south of the site, closer to East Valley Road, would fall into that category. There's a parcel immediately across the road on Para Grande that's .49, a little bit larger than the .38. But south of the site, there's some as low as .16, .20, .28, a little further south.
Commissioner Overall.
Mr. Peugeot, on the same subject, are there any parcels north of the subject properties that are 1/3 of an acre or less?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall. In my review, the parcels appear to increase in size at that point. I didn't go all the way up to the top of Hot Springs in my review, but in the immediate north area, I didn't see any parcels that small.
Any other questions for Ms. Peugeot? Ms. Peugeot, briefly, do you recall in your research seeing other lot line adjustments where the result was a lot at 1/3 of an acre? Not that there's precedent value necessarily, but have we done this before, like this?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I didn't search specifically for that parcel size. I do know that there have been other lot line adjustments at less than 2 acres and less than 1 acre.
But not necessarily less than a half an acre, or at least that was in your review anyway. Yeah.
That I looked for, but I didn't specifically do that level of detail in my research.
Good, thank you. Commissioner Black. I mean, Director Black.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to point out, and I don't remember the precise case, but there was a case within the last year or so that I think your commission struggled with on a lot line adjustment that was less than an acre. I can't remember the precise size.
I recall them being off by a bit, but I don't recall such a deviation. But
yeah, I just don't remember the size, but I do remember that you struggled with it.
If I can,
and it was a 2 acre minimum.
if I might help.
It was Coppola?
Yes, it was on Hot Springs, on the east side of Hot Springs. My recollection was it was about 3/4 of an acre, 0.69 or something like that.
Thank you, Ms. Peugeot. We will turn this to the applicant for a presentation.
I have a few copies of the handout.
You are Mr. Tolles?
I'm Mr. Tolles, actually.
Tolles,
as
I'm
in
sorry.
For whom the bell.
I want to apologize to you for not responding to your invitation to see the property. I intended to, and the rain took me out. I didn't.
Well, it's actually even more sporting in the rain because you put your wellies on.
And let me just interrupt you 1 second. It should have been, yeah. Commissioners, I haven't asked for ex parte communications or site visits. If there are any, could you please mention it? No? Yes.
I've spoken with Mr. Tolles a couple of times by phone, and I also was present at the Montecito Association Land Use Committee in which this item was discussed. I actually did do a site visit on my own the other day, and then it also should be said, just for the public record, that I have done in my landscape design business, I have worked for I have had a client who is directly off of Hot Springs, that you can see that whole parcel right there. I worked for that, for Mr. Richard Nordland, I would say maybe 4 years ago, and developed, when he built a new building there, and we developed that lot. I also have an ongoing client, probably for the last 10 years, on the lot directly to the south of this project, on Paro Grande. So all of that is to say that I am intimately involved with all of these lots for the most part, So that's what there is to say.
Thank you. Anyone else?
And let's say it was also determined in a conversation with county council that I am not overstepping my bounds as far as having a conflict of interest.
No, of course not.
With regards to having had clients on either side of this lot.
Commissioner.
I'm familiar with the site. I did have a couple of calls from people in the community, but nothing that isn't in the public record was discussed.
Thank you. Commissioner Idelson.
I did attend the Montecito Association meeting on the issue.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrows.
I am familiar with the site, but nothing to report.
Very good. Pardon the interruption. You may proceed.
All right, thank you. Well, thank you, Commissioners, for hearing our proposal today. My wife and I are obviously the owners and here doing our own presentation, so we'll stumble through that quickly if we can. I did just make one quick summary sheet here to touch on a few points because I believe the overall picture is important here. From a county aspect, as June has already gone through, we are taking 7 lots down to 2, and the 7 lots range from 0.87 acres down to 0.03 acres in size. We are all, as I've said, had these 2 existing apartment buildings, one of which is now gone. That was obviously not compatible with the zone there, but we're taking the residences count from 6 to 2, and we're removing some violations of code such as non-conforming structures and violations of setbacks. So I think we're cleaning up a lot in that respect. In addition, with respect to the neighborhood, the local neighborhood, we're making a lot of improvements. There was a very large septic system, 100 years old. It had 2 big, long leach fields that went 100 feet, basically 100 feet to the east of the southern building, and then another 100 feet past that. So these 2 big, long leach fields between the Nordlands residents and the Decker residents to the south, which I'm sure they'll be glad those are gone, and we'll be connecting to Paro Grande. The property itself had been known by a very nice fellow, Sam Fordyce, for 50 years and had been just used as rental property, and I will say it had lain fallow for a long time. We have removed dumpster after dumpster of debris. We nicely found under the big uncut palm tree with the weeds and dry dust all around an open container of gasoline, which is sporting. In addition, all the residents had nice big open fire pits surrounding their non-fireproof debris. So we're making a lot of improvements there. There was also a gas line. The main service gas line for Paro Grande stops at the southwest corner of our property, and there was about a 3-inch, 100-year-old gas line that goes onto the property at grade level, which we finally figured out what it was. And last but not least, if anybody here has taken the Paro Grande onto East Valley Roulette Drive, you'll notice it's kind of hard to get on East Valley from Paro Grande, so we'll be cutting down the traffic on Paro Grande as well. I would like to mention with respect to the site that we are clearly not developers and are just trying to build a family home. We've got our 3 kids in MUS, and I have promised my wife we can get this done before they graduate college. We are paying homage to the original estate. The architect, Francis T. Underhill, had some very strong design elements. He was sort of a Renaissance man back at the turn of the century. And we also plan on using native Santa Barbara and other drought-tolerant stuff. My wife and I are both Southern Californians by nature. And finally, with respect to the lot line and why we're doing it the way we are, I ask you to look at the sketch I've also enclosed, which lays out some of the ideas we hope to put forward on the entire site. I would like to mention that we are creating clean lots. There's no easements or utilities or drive or anything else like that. Nothing squirrely going on in that respect. If you look at the overall site, the top band of the site is what we affectionately call the oak forest, and we're trying to stay away from that in terms of development, landscaping, structures, etc. We are definitely keeping the semicircular stone wall, which is part of the original Bolt estate. George Bolt, by the way, owned the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, which is why he called this estate La Manzanita, which is Little Apple in Spanish. He unfortunately died before it finished. But we definitely are keeping that semicircle stone wall from the original state. That's the bottom of his formal gardens that were all arranged on a very firm central axis. If you go to the Montecito Historical Society, there's a 7-foot-long, 4-foot-wide blueprint of the Bolt estate. And he had these formal gardens arranged on a north-south axis cascading down the hill. We are maintaining that axis. You'll see by the design of our house, the stairs at that semicircular stone wall bisect the southern building, which was his stable and motor car garage. So the double doors on that building align with the stairs in that semicircle. We have aligned all of our additional elements with that. Through the house, through our family room and breakfast nook, bisecting the pool and the sports lawn, and down to the house itself. So we've got that major axis. We've also, Underhill also had a lot of minor axes, and you can see our exterior minor axis is through the sitting room of the pool cabana, across the pool, and across the garage. So we're maintaining that axis as well. And we've tried very hard to get these pieces in place to line up. And by doing so, it made a lot of sense to keep the proposed sports lawn area far enough away from the southern stable building that the garages had proper access out of the stable building. So you'll see the northern boundary of the smaller parcel is fixed by the end of that lawn where there'll be a retaining wall. So that makes a good natural boundary point. We also wanted to make the eastern boundary of the parcel consistent with obviously any county requirements, but I'd also like to point out that the southern building, it's kind of a cool old building. It will take, I don't want to think about how much money it's going to take to put it in good single-family residence condition, but by keeping the parcel smaller around that building, we prevent people from later trying to blow that building out to something that it shouldn't be. I believe it should be retained as a little nice pied-à-terre kind of cottage, not a blowout building. So it's currently satisfies county FAR's requirements, but doesn't allow someone to come in and throw a 2-story building on it. I would like to mention, our goal is not to sell this parcel off. We came at this through the, I won't quite say the back door, but the reverse. When we started the planning process, we were told our parcels were not valid, or our property was not valid, which meant nothing to me a year ago. We've had to stop all that, and the idea is if we created one big parcel, all this, we could never go back to 2. And so by doing 2, it just creates a little insurance policy for us if we do need to sell that off for some bad reason in the future. But we have designed the site as though it's one, and keeping all the elements together and playing nicely. So that's all I want to take up your time with. My architect, Peter Becker, has done several houses in Montecito and also our home in Santa Monica where we used to live. He is out of the country, but he wrote a letter in. And our surveyor, Steve Davis, is here if you have any questions about the legality of the underlying lots that we originally spent a lot of time researching. And I once again thank you for your time.
Mr. Tolles, thank you. The schematic you attached to your talking points, is that a new building, or is that one of the buildings with the other one removed?
Oh, I'm sorry. That shows the southern building of the original estate. Yes, that one. That building exists, although there was a carport added to the front of it that we would remove.
And that lines up with your proposed home. That looks awfully close to Para Grande, but apparently not.
No, it's all out of the offset setbacks.
Mm-hmm. And the sports, you call it
the sports lawn?
That's a lawn, huh?
That's a lawn, yeah.
That's not hardscape?
No, that's a lawn. And by MWD standards, they said, oh, that's quite modest for Montecito. So that's a sports lawn that would be, that effectively replaces where the northern building is.
Oh, it does, huh?
In fact, the north wall of that sports lawn is effectively the north wall of that existing building.
And you call it the southern building a 3-unit building?
Well, there were 3 units in each building.
Really?
Yeah.
It's not almost the Waldorf Astoria.
I'm sorry?
Almost the Waldorf Astoria. It's like 6 people. Not quite. I see. And the driveway would be tight to the lot line on the east, I suppose?
The driveway for the small parcel or the big parcel, you mean?
For the big parcel?
The big parcel, the driveway would come in from Hot Springs and would loop up north around the bend, so to speak, and past the garage for the
Past the
motor
garage.
court area.
Okay, very good. Questions of Mr. Tolles? Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you.
Oh.
Mr. Tolles, I think I heard you say, but I didn't quite understand, that this would decrease traffic at Para Grande and East Valley.
Yes.
Could you please explain how that
Well,
would
sure,
happen?
there are up to 10 occupants living in those residential buildings originally.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And now there'll be 8, with some of them dumping in Hot Springs that has a much more controlled entrance to East Valley.
Okay, thank you.
There'll be 8? There'll be 8?
2 residences, 5, I meant 5 occupants in the main house and 3 in the guest house, but
I see.
whatever I said, some on Hot Springs, some on Para Grande, how about that? And way less than 10 also.
Commissioner O'Burl.
In this building, the subject building we're talking about on parcel 2, how many square feet are in that building, if you know?
The square footage of that building has got 2 contained garages in it, or actually 3. But the plan we hope to get to on that building, I believe the square footage is around, well, the whole building's 3,000 square feet, and the garage is around 600.
Ms. Peugeot?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, the project description does give you the square footage calculations of the structures as they existed when the project came in. So I can't, provide you information on what his proposal is in the future, but proposed parcel 1 structure is 3,082 square feet now, and proposed parcel 2 is 2,960 square feet. I know that in proposed parcel 1, the building that's to be retained and remodeled currently also has a portion of that 3,000 feet is an attached garage.
Yeah, actually, I'm not concerned about parcel 1. My concern goes to parcel 2. Anybody know right offhand what the architectural guidelines would allow on a parcel of this size?
The small parcel?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we're about 500 feet under the FAR's ceiling. And
Given your statement about wanting to retain this building in a smaller size and a cottage style approach, would you agree to limit the size of the building on that parcel to what exists now?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'd also like to, on the parcel size, I'd just like to point out that you can see it on June's thing there, that one directly across the street from me is the .49 acre parcel. And there also is one, a couple up on Para Grande on the left-hand side that's also about half an acre in size. And the one on the left across from me is unfortunately very close to the road and not in the greatest condition.
No other questions of Mr. Tolles? Commissioner Idelson.
Yeah, I have a question. In other words, if this parcel 2 is got 3 units and you say it's going to be developed as a single resident.
Right.
Right. Okay, so as a single resident, it could be rented. I assume that you do that or sell it.
It could be rented, or it could be sold, or it could just
As
be a guest
as
house.
resident. Whereas if you were to incorporate all 7 parcels and you had one parcel, you would be eligible for a rental of limited size, wouldn't you? Or would that interfere with your ability to rent it? Maybe that's a
If I
staff
understand
question.
your question, I think because the building exists, you can't come in and say, make us have to chop half it down or something like that. And before we learned of the ability of getting 2 parcels here, discussions with the county had implied that we have one big parcel, but we could have actually 2 legal residences because we have 6 right now, or 5 legal and 1 illegal, whatever that count was.
Okay. I did want to point out, you mentioned earlier that you had 7 lots. I prefer to look at it as 7 parcels.
Okay,
because
sorry.
Some of those are extremely small. They aren't.
No doubt, some of them are very small.
It's like well sites and different things that exist all over maps, recorded all over the state, that you get all these little parcels. So I just want to make that point that it's really 7 parcels. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tolles. Appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Public comment. We have 2 speaker slips. The first speaker will be Bill McFadden.
Mr. Chairman, members of the commission, I'm Bill McFadden. I'm the owner of 614 Para Grande Lane, which is directly north of the Tolles' new home. Our property overlooks everything on their land. Excuse me. My wife and I support the lot line adjustment request that Kristen and Tom Tolles are making at 602 Para Grande Lane. In reviewing their request, it seems to me that they're proposing to tidy up an antiquated and no longer viable configuration of their recently purchased property. I should think the Montecito Planning Commission and Santa Barbara County would support this request as an overall improvement for assessment and future development purposes. And I ask you to approve it today. As immediate neighbors, we see no reason to do otherwise. Although still quite eclectic, Para Grande Lane, at least on the east side of the street, has undergone a remarkable transformation over the last few years, as many of you know. And we view the Tolles' plans as part of the continued enhancement of our neighborhood, and we look forward to them moving in. Now, if only the commission could do something about that derelict property directly across the street from their new home. It's somewhat bemusing to me that we're spending all this time talking about that parcel 2 and the 4.9 acre or 0.49 acre piece of property across the street, which is clearly within the setback from the street. Nothing has been done about that for who knows how long. Anyway, we urge you, my wife and I urge you to support this adjustment and hope that you'll do so today. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. McFadden. The next speaker will be Victoria Green.
Good morning, Commissioners. Victoria Green on behalf of the Montecito Association. You should have received a letter from the association with respect to this project, and what I wanted to do is just make it clear that the association's concern regarding this project is adjusting down to a lot size that is substantially below the minimum expressed in the zoning. And, with all respect to the Tolles and their intent for their property, the concern is that when the Montecito Community Plan was adopted, the intent was to avoid situations where areas such as this were subdivided down further. Unfortunately, there are these historic lots created by deeds on this property and, in other locations throughout the community. Just as a matter of principle, it's been the association's concern that these magic subdivisions not be used as a method to create lots that are substandard in size. So we would ask that you be careful about the precedent that you set by allowing this lot to be reduced in size. And just as a matter of record, just so that you're clear, in our letter we identify a code section that there's a concern about with respect to the minimum lot width criteria. And while, yes, a lot can be developed that doesn't meet the minimum lot width, there's some specific language with respect to lot line adjustments, and I think it's applicable here. And that's this section that says the lot line adjustment, it's one of the findings you must make, is that the lot line adjustment will not increase any violation of lot width, setback, lot coverage, etc., or make an existing violation more onerous. And I think, what you should recognize is that the lots created by the merger meet the minimum lot width of 150 feet, but what's proposed would bring that down. And so, I think the reason that provision's in here is to try to maintain compatibility within an area and try to avoid situations where you're creating lots that are substandard. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Don't leave yet.
Okay.
Any questions of Ms. Green? Can you go back and tell me that again?
That ordinance section?
The 150 feet is a requirement for a...
It's the 2E1 zone district minimum lot width, and I'm not sure, given that the lots in this immediate area are basically about 1 acre. I'm not sure, June, do you know the minimum lot width for a 1 acre lot? Because that, that's more or less what they have prior to the lot line adjustment, give or take a bit.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I can't answer that question for you. The Montecito Land Use Development Code, and Ms. Green is correct, that's where this information lies. In Section 35423.040 A and B discuss lot sizes for subdivision and for development. And Section B has a chart with minimum square footages and lot widths. So for 2E1 parcel, so 2 acres gross, 150 feet of a lot width. For a 1E1 parcel, to answer that question, the lot width is 120 feet. But I must point out to you that both those acreages and the lot widths apply to two things. They apply to subdivisions, not lot line adjustments or pre-existing and non-conforming lots, and they apply to development on lots, although there is an exemption for development on an undersized lot. So in this case, the department determined that those are not applicable to this project.
But just to, I think, finish answering your question, there is this section that's referenced in the association's letter, which is a section that is, the standards that apply to lot line adjustments, where it does bring into play this issue of lot width. That's why, we thought it was relevant.
Mm-hmm. At least the intent was there to not go as low as this, you say. Is that it?
That's my understanding.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. Any questions for Ms. Green?
Thank
you. Thank
you
you very much for your testimony. And no other speaker slips. We will close public comment, and we are in questions and deliberations by the commission. Commissioner Gotzenegger.
I don't really have any questions. I think I understand the situation pretty well here. But I would like to just say that I agree with the neighbor's remarks on this, that this area really, he used the words eclectic, and it really is. And I think historically, one has to remember that these properties that are now being developed, are border on what in the past and still is known as Old Spanish Town. It was one of the areas of Montecito that was developed at the turn of the century. Many of the small buildings and cottages that exist today south of this project are very much like the Tabor Orchard Lane area, where the buildings were built for workers that worked on the larger estates. And as development has taken place along Para Grande, as Mr. Tolles pointed to, and the neighbor to the north pointed to, the line of kind of estate development has kind of moved down, and this particular project really is right now at the kind of apex of the transition in the neighborhoods. Prior to me starting the project to the south of this that I referred to, that also had a very small cottage on it. The parcel south of that had a very small cottage on it. So this really is in my way, this is a very transitional neighborhood, and I am of the opinion that that I think small lots with somewhat historic buildings are really appropriate to Montecito. We talk about a lot, and we've got a lot of ordinances in place and a lot of policies in place that are directed to stopping the all of Montecito becoming mansions. We've been working on this for 25, 30 years in Montecito. And I am of the opinion that any time that someone comes in and wants to develop and kind of respect the historical fabric of Montecito, with some little, some big, some medium-sized, I think that's appropriate, because that is Montecito. You know, some people think Montecito is only about big estates. It really is not. And then to have someone come in and try to kind of reclaim that fabric and respect that fabric, I, for one, think is really great, you know. I mean, I just really do, you know. And and they're accurate. You know, we're going to be dealing with the same issues across the street because I happen to know, although we've got lots described over there, parcels, oh my gosh, we have got multiple little parcels over there. I mean, I know because I work with the Holroyd family that actually owns some of that. So, you know, and these are remnants of the past, and I think that needs to be taken into our considerations.
Thank you. Commissioner Overall.
Although I'm concerned about the size of the lot, I can support this as submitted, particularly in light of Mr. Toll's acknowledgement that they'd be willing to restrict the size of the development on this, on the parcel number 2. I think your intent is pretty clear. I'm not so concerned about what your intent is, but if you were to sell this property in the future, somebody could come in and overdevelop it, and suddenly we have something that doesn't preserve the character of the community. So I don't know what the wording should be, Ms. Peugeot, but I'd like to see a condition added to this that would restrict the total development on the parcel to be in line with the discussion that we had, if the rest of the commission concurs with
Commissioner,
it.
what would that, would it be that future development would meet the FAR requirements, or would it be substantially less?
It would be limited to what was represented as 3,000 feet or 2,960 or
That's a pretty
whatever.
big house on a third of
But
acre.
that's what you've got.
That's what we have, so existing, yeah.
Minus the, I mean, I would suggest
So it would
that-
not be bigger? Can we, will that run with the land? Can we hook that to a deed? I don't know. I don't know if we can.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, I can respond to, I think, a portion of that, and then you might want to hear from council for remaining portions. I was also, as you were speaking, thinking that maybe one way to do it would be to restrict it so that it did not exceed the FAR guidelines for that size lot, since it's very close, as it is existing, very close to what that guideline is. It would also at least allow for the garage space or some maybe other small accessory structures. I'm not sure if you were intending to also restrict those, but a flat number would probably have the result of restricting every structure rather than, I think, your main purpose of the main dwelling and whatnot staying in that shape. But if I could, just one thing just to point out, I just want to make one correction, I believe, in Mr. Toll's presentation. He's referring to that small parcel as parcel 2, but actually the lot line adjustment map and the merged parcel maps refer to it as proposed parcel 1. So if you do include something like that, it would be attached to the proposed parcel 1.
Okay. I just want to respond to the comments. I was specifically trying to limit the development to what's there now, because laws change over time. Our architectural guidelines, limitations may change over time. The definition of what's acceptable for a given lot size may change. We've had changes in residential second unit requirements and all of that. If the goal here is to restrict the total amount of development on the parcel, I'd like to do it that way rather than refer to some other document that may change in the future.
Ms. Peugeot, could that not be done by restricting it to a building envelope and having the building envelope reflect what is now on the ground? I mean, that, you know.
We don't have a proposed building envelope now, so of course that would take some time and effort. I think that if you're sorting out how to, resolve the actual square footage of it, you could do it just with some sort of number, and you wouldn't need to go through that exercise of actually creating and drawing the envelope and then determining, the access inside and out, and be a lot simpler.
Can we determine, I mean, I know you've got a lump sum number here, but as I'm really clear, even from the diagrams, the whole, like, kind of, the end of the building here, which would now, if you were on site, look like it was lived in actually as a converted garage and is not really part of, and I would assume that as this building is cleaned up and developed, that would remain as garage space, and that we really are dealing with the square footage of the single-family residence in the future, per the way we deal with everybody else. We don't, I mean, what I'm trying to say is, in the FARs, garages are taken out of the picture. So what now is the square footage of the existing building without garage?
Yeah.
I don't even know if we can determine that, given the configuration of the interior walls, but that's the number I think that the commission is looking for.
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, you might want to get some of this information from Mr. Tolles, but I believe what I understand is that the main structure is, the figure I have is 2,436 square feet of dwelling area and 620 square feet of garage area with in an attached garage.
Ms. Pujol, let me ask you, at what point would you have said, no, that's too small? You can't have a legal lot of that size, if any. I mean, is there a point where, from your desk, this just isn't going to work?
We do look at lot line adjustment criteria for developable parcels. And so there is some, I think there's 8 criteria we look at for that meets that criteria. Then we would say that we could consider it for the lot line adjustment, regardless of size.
Regardless of size. I'm persuaded by Ms. Gottsdenker's view that part of the fabric of Montecito is buildings like this, and I think the relationship to the main house, as Mr. Tolles points out, is important. But I'd like to see this a bigger lot. I don't see how it could be accomplished unless the lawn goes away. But I'm just not sure what we're going to say to the next applicant, who would rather have 1.9 acres and roll off 1/10 of an acre. It's going to be harder. But I don't see any other practical way to separate this, so I'm tending to support this. Mr. Idelson, would you have a comment?
Yeah, this is a difficult one for me. I really commend the applicant for taking the 7 parcels and reducing them down to 2. Yet, on the other hand, they are historic parcels, and as pointed out by Victoria Green, that there have been a lot of cases where we've had historic lots. The other point that was made that keeps ringing in my head, and that is that if he went to 1 parcel out of all of this, if the applicant did, the option to go to 2 lots is basically non-existent under the present ordinances that we have in Montecito, so that wouldn't be able to be done. So in a sense, as he mentioned, it's kind of insurance, getting the second lot in there, call it parcel 1, lot 2, whatever it is. But to go to a .38 acre parcel, I'm concerned about the precedence. It really bothers me. I'm having a difficult time with this one. I really am. And toying with it. I don't really want to go into the FARs and all of that. I'm still toying with the parcels, whether we go with the parcel or not. I'm not ready to design his utilization of the parcels.
Commissioner Overall.
Both to the chair and to Commissioner Idelson, the thing I would offer in response to your concern, which I think is very legitimate, about the concern about setting a precedent, is that if I understand this correctly, the applicant has very specifically said that their intent, the factual circumstances in this case, their intent is to preserve a historic building. And I think that for me, is a game changer, because somebody else that comes along with a variety of parcels who wants to develop it but doesn't want to preserve a historic structure, it seems to me the factual circumstances are very different. So that would be the basis on which I could justify it.
Thank you. Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. I want to commend the Tolls for working on this historic estate. I think it's important that we preserve those. The problem I have is the size of the parcel. I'm wondering if there might be some way that that could be configured to bring it up to even half an acre. If you considered that, and if you found it infeasible. I am also taken with the fact that we may be setting a precedent here, because that whole area is, as Commissioner Godstanger said, in transition. And those of us who have supported historical properties for a long time, if you spin off a third of an acre here, a third of an acre there, 20 years from now, that whole area could look very different from what it might. So I'm wondering how you came down to the third of an acre and a little more. And if there might be a way that you could increase the size of that parcel that you're trying to spin off as a second lot.
I don't know. I'm not sure. Let me think about that. We need to have some procedure here. While I'm thinking about that, Council, would you tell us that there's no precedent value here at all, or would you tell us something else?
Mr. Chair, Commissioners, this is a discretionary approval, so you make the findings for each discretionary approval based on the facts and evidence before you. So that being said, just because you approve this particular project does not mean that you're bound to approve a similar project in the future. There can be a concern in some circumstances that an applicant may point to this one in the future and say, I'm similarly situated, you approved that one, you're bound to approve this one. But each discretionary approval is fact-specific, and you can look at the evidence before you and make a decision based on this record.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Peugeot, is it appropriate for us to ask an applicant to restructure, reshape something that is not before us exactly? Ms. Black?
Mr. Chair,
Kicking this upstairs, huh?
I'm going to take this one. I think if you can articulate a reason that would lead you to deny the project, then you can request that somebody reconfigure, but it doesn't sound to me like the majority of the commission is there.
Reconfigure right before us right now, pointing at things?
No.
No.
You would need to continue the matter and ask them.
Continue the matter. All right. So if there was a
But there
sense
should
that
be-
there would be support for the project reconfigured, we would ask the applicant to agree to come back?
Mr. Chair, I think this is sort of a sequential thought process the commission needs to go through. First of all, you need to reach the conclusion that you can properly deny what's proposed before you today.
Okay.
So you don't have any findings before you today. So I think the first thing you would need to do, if you were so inclined, is to articulate why it is that you can't support the current configuration. And then you could say, but we could support something that balances the lot sizes a bit more, and ask the applicant if they're willing to consider that, or if they would prefer for you to deny their current proposal. But I think it's a two-step process, and I'm not necessarily suggesting, since our recommendation was approval, that you can get to that first step, let alone the second step.
Very good. Thank you. Mr. Tolles, I will... yeah.
Mr. Chair, just a comment on the FAR issue in trying to lock in this property owner with the amount of square footage that they have now. We certainly could do that. I guess my concern is twofold. Number one, you've set, the county has set recommended FARs for properties based upon their parcel size. And this parcel is close to the FAR, but they are not at the FAR. And so to do that, I think you should articulate a reason why you don't think this property should have any additional FAR potential, and I think that's going to be difficult.
Yeah.
Secondly, inevitably, when we attach a condition like this, our intention is to try and track it, but, it will 20 years from now be more difficult to track.
Yes. Commissioner Gottsdenker.
Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion to approve this project, making the required findings and accepting staff's recommendation for the conditions in attachment B.
Motion has been made to approve the project as recommended by staff, and is there a second? I will second that motion. Discussion. Mr. Idelson.
Yeah, I want to, again, the Montecito Association spent a lot of time on this issue, both the Land Use Committee as well as the board, and I think we need to really think this thing through carefully, because the letter that's presented to us by their president, and we've had the comment by the executive director cautioning us on this, I think we need to take another look at it. I'm not pleased.
Thank you. Any other comments? Commissioner Overall.
At the risk of being too repetitive, I'll say it again. The only basis on which I can support this lot split as it's currently configured is in recognition of the historic preservation value of protecting the property that's there. It's the thing that, to me, justifies allowing the lot size that the applicant has requested, and I'm sure they've given a lot of thought to it. So, absent that and the restriction in the size, and whether it's the FAR as a specific number as it currently exists, or the number that we were talking about that exists on the property, absent that, I can't support.
So, are you? Oh, I just wanted. Okay.
Was that you, Ms. Burrows? Please.
Yes, please.
Yeah. One more. I'll get to.
Mr. Chairman, I am going to have to oppose the motion as it stated. The motion as it is stated. I do think that if we could continue this project, perhaps have the second lot, the spin-off lot reconfigured, it would certainly be something that I could support, but at this point, I cannot, short of including the restrictions that Commissioner Overall has requested.
Commissioner Idelson.
Yeah, if it is a special situation and the historic significance here is major, then it seems to me we could have some kind of a historic report from a report of that type incorporated into this proposal, justification for why a .38 parcel and a 175 would be there. And if that historic does carry the weight, then I wouldn't have my concerns. But some special condition, and I don't think this board, with the information we have, can make that decision at this time without an official report.
The building is not historical. It may appear historical, but it does not have that designation. The tolls are their request is well within our authority to grant. There isn't a magic minimum. We have approved lots of less than 1 acre many times before, and I don't see the difference between a half an acre and a third. I would like to have it bigger too, more for the neighborhood compatibility issue, but indeed this neighborhood is perfect for a smaller lot, as Commissioner Gottsdenker said. I think the tolls are entitled to this, and I'm going to support it.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Can I address an issue that Commissioner Idelson just raised, and that was
Yes.
with respect to a historic report? We do have a historic report.
You do.
And yes, and we've reported on the conclusions of that report, which is that the structures are not historically significant. They don't need to be retained on site, but they are going to retain some of the features. Is that right? The windows.
Oh, that's right.
So we have that, and that's a part of your record.
So we have historic windows. Is that what we have? Okay. Mr. Overall.
I think beyond the windows, I think we have the testimony of the applicant about his intention, about the owner's intention, as it relates to how they want to develop the property. And I think we have to not dismiss that out of hand as being insignificant. So perhaps historic is not exactly the precise word that should be used, but I think their intent, at least I accepted it as trying to preserve things of value that are on the property.
Mr. Overall, let me ask you this. Since the structure is very close to the permitted FAR, and the difficulty in making this property less, could you support the project if it was never exceeded the FAR as it's entitled to?
I suppose I could. It's better than nothing, and I'd like to see the project approved. I'm not sure that I see the difference between accepting the FAR, which I think could change over time, and the work involved in doing that, and the work involved in defining the limit as what exists now. So I could accept that. I prefer to see it limited to what's there now.
I would like to call the question. All in favor of the Commissioner Gottstanker's motion to approve the project as recommended by staff? Any other language?
Well, I've kind of had my light on, and it was in deference to Commissioner Overall's request to have a condition attached to the project that limits, in some way, limits future development to the size and I don't know what the word is, that, the size, height, and whatever of the existing building. I think that's where Commissioner Overall is going, and I don't have a problem with that. I think that the Tolleses are going to do a great job in doing whatever they have to do to get this cleaned up, and I can tell you, man, the neighbors are really going to be, they're really happy about the cleanup of all of this, and there's a huge benefit to the neighborhood by the Tolles work that's been done. So, I don't know if we want to just table this issue and have staff come back with a condition that reflects that.
Council, can we
we can trail this
with this condition of existing square footage and no more? Is that supportable?
Mr. Chair, do you mean rather than having a specified number?
This would have its own FAR as we direct it right now.
Mr. Chair, I believe that your commission has the discretion to do that.
Thank you very much.
I would say that it'd be better if you just clarify either what the existing square footage is, just to make the condition as clear as possible, what the future, whoever develops that lot would be bound to.
Right. Mr. Tolles, do you have that number? Does staff have that number? I don't know if you do. Do you?
Mr. Chair, the current structure, I think, is 3,082 square feet.
And that's what it'll be.
The question is, how much of that's garage? And I'm not sure we exactly know that, but I think we roughly know that. And the current FAR is 2,750. Is that right?
Garage is 20 by 20. It's 400 feet, right? No.
We were missing.
So,
Mr. Chair, we were given misinformation as to the square footage. It was 3,500 or something when we were having the discussion earlier. What I thought I just heard you say is it's 2,700.
It's below 27.
Mr. Chair, if I could clarify that. In the project description, we have cited the square footage of the existing structures on site. So the southern building on proposed parcel 1. The structure is 3,082 square feet. When you look at the FAR guidelines in the Montecito guidelines, the FAR for a parcel of .38 in size is 2,750, but remember that it allows an additional 800 square feet of an attached garage.
No.
No, for the attached, if it's an attached garage, you can, up to 800 square feet of an attached garage is not counted in that number. So that's why this project meets the FARs on that parcel size, because a portion of it would be dwelling and 620 square feet of it would be attached garage, and together, they would meet that FAR requirement.
So, Mr. Chair, maybe the simplest approach is to say that the applicant shall record a deed restriction agreeing to no more than 3,082 square feet of development on the site, including the residences and attached garage.
I will amend my motion to include that.
I will second that. Discussion as to the revised motion?
Does that include accessory structures?
Commissioner Idelson.
I guess I don't care for that attachment there personally, because many times they grant overages on lots when they go to for development. So,
Not with a deed restriction.
Yeah, but
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Idleston, this is actually a deed restriction, so this doesn't allow the Montecito BAR to modify.
To even get in.
I know, but I guess I feel it's an imposition on one parcel, no matter who owns it, that is inconsistent with other things, and I really don't think it's right.
Any more discussion? All in favor of the motion? Aye. Opposed? 4-1 passes. Thank you very much. We're going to take at least 5. We're going to take 7 minutes this time.
So, Mr. Chair,
Yes,
before
sir.
you take a break,
Yes,
just so the audience knows what to expect, we have a staff presentation of probably about 30 minutes, 35 minutes. So I think what might be the appropriate course of action is to hear the staff presentation, break for lunch, and come back and conduct the
Excellent.
remainder of the hearing.
Agreed? Very good. Thank you. Mr. Villalobos, when you can, we can.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The following is the hearing on the request of Susan Basham of Price Postel and Parma LLP on behalf of named appellants to consider the appeal, case number 09APL 34, appeal filed on December 15, 2009 of the Director's decision to approve the 09 CDP 56. And acknowledge that the California Public Utilities Commission is the appropriate agency for CEQA compliance on this project, and the California Public Utilities Commission filed a notice of exemption on July 2nd, 2009 pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act sections 15061B3, 15301B, 15301C, 15302C, and 15304F.
Thank you very much. Commissioners, if there is ex parte information that you have and that we don't have, if you would share it with us, that would be required by law, actually. Staff presentation.
Good
Ms.
morning.
Lowry, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. Members of the public, my name is Megan Lowry. I'm the project planner on the NextG project applications, including the appeal cases before you today. This afternoon, we'll be addressing all 7 of the NextG appeal cases. First, we'll be providing a briefing on the cases, and then it'll be up to your commission's discretion on how you'd like to proceed. To discuss first, we'll do an overview of all 7 cases. This is mainly because all of the 7 applications are similar. They're all antenna installations on existing utility poles. The appellant group is also similar in nature. There's some discrepancy. There's an additional appellant on one of the cases. In addition to that, the appellant issue summary is nearly identical in all of the appellant application letters. So staff will be proceeding with this presentation addressing those things all together. Before we begin into the appeal issues, I would like to go into some background on telecommunications planning, namely the federal regulations provided for telecommunications facilities, in addition to the county's local zoning authority over such facilities. We'll touch on some of the timing requirements associated with these federal regulations, in addition to health and safety concerns and litigation framework in the event your commission would like to entertain a denial. Then we will move on to the appeal issues. As I discussed, we'll address all of the appeal issues for the multiple appeal cases at one time, since they are similar in nature. Then at your commission's discretion, we'll move on to the individual merits of each appeal case. We can discuss and answer questions at will. To begin with, all 7 appeal cases, as I mentioned, are in the Montecito area. Some are in the coastal zone and some are in in the inland area. Namely, there are 4 cases that are in the coastal zone area and 3 in the inland area. This means that the 7 appeals straddle 2 different zoning ordinances. The coastal sites apply to Article 2, whereas the inland sites apply to Montecito Land Use Development Code. To give you some background before we begin of what we are discussing here is the NextG Distributed Antenna System Network. So this consists of small antennas mounted throughout an area as opposed to one large set of antennas. These smaller antennas would be mounted on existing utility poles in all of these cases. The circle shows you what the proposed antenna would look like. It is a 26-inch whip antenna, in other words, described as a candle or stick. In addition to the antenna, there would be a utility box that would be approximately 33 inches long, 6 inches in depth, and 6 inches in width. That would also be mounted on the pole itself. Also required to provide service for the network is cabling, fiber optic cabling that needs to be connected to each of the antenna sites. This cabling is proposed to be both mounted in aerial installations as well as trenched underground. However, this coaxial or fiber optic cabling is exempt from zoning permits and therefore is not included in the scope of any of the permits. Now I'd like to give your commission some background on the telecommunications program in Santa Barbara County's telecommunications ordinance. Santa Barbara County considers 4 different groups of types of facilities and associated permit types along with them. The first of these is Tier 1s. Tier 1s require ministerial review, either a land use permit or a coastal development permit, depending on location. These facilities are small in nature, have specific size requirements, and must be mounted on existing operational utility poles. This encompasses the Tier 1 groups, is antennas mounted on existing infrastructure. Tier 2 are require director-level development plans. These encompass facilities that are slightly larger that don't fit the small facilities requirements in size. They have to comply with the zone district height limits, so they're generally under 25 feet. Most of them range around 15 feet in height. Director development plans, Tier 2 projects cannot locate in residential areas or recreational areas. This is different than the Tier 1 group Because the Tier 1 facilities were deemed to be so small and minor in nature, they're allowed in all zone districts, including recreational zone districts, residential zone districts, commercial, and so on and so forth. Tier 2, however, is not allowed in any residential or recreational zone districts. Similarly, Tier 3 groups require a minor conditional use permit approved by the zoning administrator. These are facilities that don't comply with the zone district height limit but are under 50 feet in height. So although they don't exceed 50 feet, they may exceed 25. So these are generally in the range of 40 feet in height. The picture is a faux utility pole that was mounted. It's 45 feet in height. Lastly is the group, Tier 4 group. This is essentially a catch-all group. It includes facilities that are located in residential areas, facilities that are located in recreational areas, facilities that exceed 50 feet in height. So this can be anything from a large 100-foot tower that you would see on Gibraltar Peak to the picture here is the faux monopine tree or pine tree in Tucker's Grove Park. That's a recreational zone district. To large facilities that don't comply with Tier 1 in residential areas. The intent of the permit tiers was to associate the type of project with the appropriate level of review and streamline essentially the process for smaller facilities that have less potential impacts for environmental impacts. To give you some background on the federal regulations that basically give us outlining of our local authorities. The Federal Telecommunications Act was enacted in 1996. Santa Barbara County's telecommunications ordinance was actually approved in 1995, a year before the act was adopted. In 1996, the federal government set out specific guidelines and standards of what local authorities could and could not regulate. However, they did preserve the local general zoning authority over decisions regarding the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless facilities. However, it does so within certain limitations. These limitations are fairly stringent and very clear. One of the first limitations that you'll recognize is that local authorities shall not unreasonably discriminate amongst providers. So if one carrier is proposing a service and similarly another one wants to, we can't discriminate and approve one and not the other reasonably. The key word there is reasonably. Unreasonably, sorry. Secondly, Santa Barbara County shall not prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting. So we can't have blanket prohibitions in areas where we need to generally provide for the development of wireless communications facilities. Next, local authorities shall act on permit applications for wireless facilities within a reasonable period of time. So this is basically the federal government ensuring that we are streamlining our process and processing these and not prohibiting them just on the basis of not processing them. Next, that local authorities shall not regulate on the basis of perceived health effects to the extent that the facilities meet the FCC regulations. So there are specific regulations for health and safety. If a facility meets those requirements, local authorities cannot regulate on the basis of health effects thereafter. On November 18th, 2009, just a few months ago, the FCC came out with a declaratory ruling providing additional clarification on the Telecommunications Act, namely the limitations that we just went through. This was in response to CITA's Wireless Association's request that the FCC provide additional clarification. On November 18th, the FCC provided a three-part ruling, so 3 different items that they addressed. The first one was defining what is presumptive reasonable time. So the limitation that a local authority must process an application within a reasonable period of time. The FCC determined that 90 days to process a co-location application, so a facility that's located next to or adjacent or on an existing facility, was appropriate, and then 150 days to process all other applications, so for a new facility, a new pole, or a new antenna. The next G, I want to note, the next G applications before us are considered co-location applications because they are co-locating on an existing utility infrastructure. The second item that the FCC provided additional clarification on in their ruling was that a state or local government cannot deny an application solely because service is available from another provider. So in addition to not discriminating amongst providers, they clarified that just because another provider has service in an area, it doesn't prevent another carrier from providing equal service in that area. So if there's a gap in service, what we're looking at is a gap in service for that particular carrier proposing the facility. And you may note that Santa Barbara County's telecommunications ordinance is consistent with this, and our findings, additional findings required in portions of our ordinance require that it's a gap in coverage for that particular carrier proposing the facility. The third item that the FCC was requested to address was the potential for the FCC to preempt ordinances that impose blanket variance requirements on facility siting. And on November 18th, the FCC determined that they were not prepared to make that finding, and so that action was denied. But they did go on to provide one other additional clarification, and they affirmed that local governments do not have the flexibility to deny or delay action on applications based on perceived health effects. Now I'd like to go on to some litigation framework, basically case law that has clarified the process in which local zoning authority can review and deny applications and the findings that need to be made. In the Sprint PCS versus the City of Palos Verdes case, it says that a county can deny a wireless communication facility permit application for aesthetic reasons if both substantial evidence supports its decision and they can provide that not an effective prohibition on providing wireless service is occurring. If the county can make these two things, they may deny an application. However, to overcome this denial, the applicant then must show that they're not just being prohibited from having a site, but furthermore, that they're being prevented from filling a significant gap in their coverage, and it's their own coverage. In addition to that, the project they're proposing is actually the least intrusive means of doing so. So it's both that they are filling a gap that's needed, and then secondly, that the proposed project that they are trying to get approved is the least intrusive means of doing so. If the applicant can demonstrate both of these things, the responsibility falls back then to the county, and the county must then both show that there's another potentially available and technologically feasible alternative location that that carrier could choose. In addition to that, that location would also close their gap in coverage. I'm going to go over this one more time in a different, in a simpler way. Essentially, the responsibility falls first in the county for denying a project on aesthetic reasons, in which we have the ability to do so. However, once we do that, it is within the applicant's court to then prove that there's a significant gap and that their project is least intrusive means of doing so. If they do that, the role falls back to the county, in which the county then needs to show the location that would close the significant gap. That's an alternative. Now we'd like to go into the appeal issues that were addressed by the appellant group. We're going to do this in one setting, even though there are 7 separate appeals filed and 7 applications. All of the applications are consistent in their arguments. There's 6 different appeal issue categories that the appellant letter included. The first one is the appeal issue A, that the projects do not merit approval under the telecommunications ordinance. That health risks are a legitimate concern. The county's authority, that the county does have authority in regulating aesthetics. D, that that the proposed project is contrary to the community's goals and character. E, that the proposed project would have compounded impacts, including the network and other potential co-locations. F, that the county approve these projects on inadequate, incomplete, or unreliable data. We'll go through each of these individual categories as we start. So Appeal Issue A was that the facilities approved by this permit do not merit the approval under the county's commercial telecommunications ordinance. First, the appellants argued that the proposed projects should not be in Tier 1 categories, but rather considered as a project whole, the network to include all of the antennas in one scope, including the equipment additions and trenching. Under CEQA, the proposed network is an entire project and was considered so. For the purposes of this project, for CEQA, the California Public Utilities Commission assumed the role of lead agency. They notified the county, NextG Networks notified the county that they were processing or submitted for an exemption through the CPUC for purposes of CEQA, and provided a copy of that, of their submittal and exemption to the county for review. The CPUC determined that the proposed projects, all of the network in whole, including those sites that are in City of Santa Barbara, City of Goleta, City of Carpinteria, Summerlin, and unincorporated areas of Santa Barbara County, as a whole, complied with CEQA and were categorically exempt. As far as permit requirements, the appellants in this section argued that the project again should have been a Tier 4 network approach. In staff's review, there is actually two different approaches. There was the Tier 4 approach option in which the applicant could have chosen to submit an application for a project description including the entirety of the network. This would have fallen under the network approach and required a Tier 4 permit, in other words, a major conditional use permit reviewed by your commission. However, there's also the Tier 1 small facilities individual approach. And I want to backtrack here. The Santa Barbara's telecommunication ordinance was initially adopted in 1995. Subsequent to that, the ordinance was revised several times in efforts to streamline the process for smaller facilities and more desirable facilities that had less of potential for environmental impacts to have smaller level of review. As such, small facilities were then downshifted to ministerial reviews Tier 1s. At this time, the DAS technology was considered and was intentionally considered as a Tier 1 facility. In this approach, the proposed projects could fall under Tier 1 facilities. At this point, staff left the determination of the project up to the applicant of which approach they would like to do. Regardless of tier levels, there are definitely findings for each of the permit types. In addition to, there's land use permit and coastal development permit findings, there's telecommunications or additional findings, and there's also findings with the community plans, such as Montecito Community Plan. Staff reviewed each of the projects in consistency with the findings required and found that the proposed projects met all of the land use permit findings, in addition to the additional telecommunications findings, including those development standards that require design requirements, and the requirements in telecommunications ordinance. Now we'll move on to Appeal Issue B. The appellant's Issue B states that health risks associated with the electromagnetic frequency exposures are a legitimate community concern. Staff believes that health and safety is a serious issue and is something that we do not take lightly. We take our role in reviewing compliance with the federal communication standards seriously. The FCC has provided specific standards for these types of facilities. And the limits, this is a quote from the FCC guidebook, the limits established in the guidelines are designed to protect the public health within a very large margin of safety. However, no state or local government or instrument thereof may regulate the placement, construction, and modification of personal wireless facilities on the basis of environmental effects of radio frequency emissions to the extent that such facilities comply with the Commission's regulations concerning such emissions. There are specific criteria, as I discussed, in determining compliance with FCC standards. As noted, there are radio frequency radiation exposure limits. These are listed in the Code of Federal Regulations, Section 1.130. The proposed applications were reviewed in compliance with these limitations, and it was found that each facility is less than, or is 0.3% of the applicable RF exposure limits. So therefore, they are less than 1%, a fraction of the limits allowed. The Code of Federal Regulations also provides specific requirements that certain categorically exempt facilities that are of extreme low power do not require regular environmental evaluation or measurement reports, so that their compliance can be determined through predictive analysis and modeling, as opposed to on-site measurement or continual measurement. If we had a large, as we do Gibraltar Peak, other larger communications facilities, they are regularly monitored for FCC emissions compliance, and those reports are done every 5 years. The FCC also put out a bulletin number 65 that gives specific guidance on how to prepare and analyze emissions reports. The report submitted as part of the project applications was prepared within these guidelines. And lastly, the FCC also has a guide to transmitting antenna RF emission safety rules, procedures, and practical guidance. And in this guideline book, it states that where a site contains only one antenna array, the maximum exposure at any point in the horizontal plane can be predicted by calculations. So that's going back to the fact that things are small facilities that are of low power that are deemed categorically exempt under the FCC requirements can be predicted by calculations and don't require site monitoring. With that, I'd like to move on to Appeal Issue C. The appellants contend that the county's police power includes regulations of land uses based on aesthetic impacts. The county definitely agrees that our police power does include the consideration of aesthetic impacts. Aesthetic impacts were considered in the analysis of these applications. Proposed applications, however, use existing poles within the Montecito community area. They're utilizing existing infrastructure and therefore can blend with the existing character of the area without adding new vertical features. This is a difficult thing to do in a tight community with small roads, restricted areas, and largely residential use. There's not large open areas to develop these types of facilities. So the installation on existing infrastructure is critical to the design of these projects. In addition to utilizing existing infrastructure, the Next-G applications use equipment that complies with the small facility criteria given in the telecommunications ordinance, and therefore can fall within the Tier 1 processing. In staff's response, we argue that this is one of the least intrusive designs available, and in the county's experience and review of these types of facilities, this is the first application of such small equipment. It was envisioned in the write-up of our ordinance, in the creation of our ordinance. We envisioned this technology, and it was existing but had not been applied yet. Generally, telecommunications facilities use what are considered panel antennas. They generally range between 4 and 6 feet in height. A lot of these panel antennas you may or may not be familiar with are in larger sites. We have mast sites such as the Harris Grade site on the left. We use stub mount antennas, and then also monopoles, the famous beauty of the area. These facilities are large and are the older kind, and in response to these types of large structures, the county has attempted to find designs that were more successful in blending with the character of the area. However, it's difficult to do so, not just because the technical limitations of the size needed for certain antennas, but also the location and where they need to be located. Siting in residential areas, as I mentioned, is a difficult task. Generally, facilities will site on existing utility poles. Up until this point, the utility pole installations use the same panel antennas that still range between 4 and 6 feet in length. can see the middle picture. Other applications put in, erected new poles themselves in the monopole on the right. Recently, as of last year, we had an application that came in for a 60-foot faux pine tree in a residential area. So these are the options that we are seeing come in residential areas. And with this consideration, the proposed next tree facilities are considered extremely small in nature. Moving on to Appeal Issue D, the appellants contend that the approval of the permit is contrary to the Montecito community's goals and undermines the character of the community. However, you just saw the pictures that flip through the roadways in Montecito. There are existing utility poles throughout the area with several guide wires and equipment. The proposed project is consistent with that in using the existing infrastructure as opposed to installing new infrastructure or vertical features in the area. The appellants also contend that this contradicts with the community's goal of undergrounding utilities. As stated in our telecommunications ordinance and also in the condition number 8 as amended by the RADA memo you have received today, the proposed facilities do not restrict the availability for the utility poles to be undergrounded in the future. In the event that utility poles are undergrounded in the future, the subject permits would be null and void per our land use development code. This doesn't, we do not have information that the subject poles will be integrated underground at this time. They received authorization through the Joint Pole Committee to locate their facilities on those poles because they are going to be remaining within reasonable time. However, we don't know, how many years in the future, but in the event, in the long-term future, these are undergrounded, the permits would be null and void. Also in this category, issue D, the appellants contend that there was no considerations of setbacks. This goes back to the limitations that local authorities shall not prohibit or have the effect of prohibiting. Currently, our telecommunications ordinance allows facilities in all zone districts, including residential, including recreational, near park schools, and such. There are some setback requirements, but those setback requirements basically encourage sites that are close to residential to be in the Tier 4 category, as we discussed previously. There are no, I also want to add, there are no setback requirements for facilities locating on existing utility poles, most obviously because they are located in the right-of-way of properties. Appeal issue E, contends that impacts of the permit will be compounded by the connection to NextG's system and by anticipated co-location. So this is getting back to the fact that this one permit is not considering the connection to all the additional facilities. However, all of the network components were reviewed and considered in the CEQA review and were deemed exempt by the CPUC under CEQA. Secondly, if there were future applications for additional antennas, that would require additional CEQA review at that time. It is true that the cabling, fiber optic cabling connecting the nodes does have the capacity to carry up to 5 carriers service. At this time, we only have the one carrier proposing, which is Metro PCS, and the single antennas for that carrier. If at a later date, other carriers wanted to utilize that fiber optic cabling and also connect an antenna and hang it on utility poles connecting to the network, that is a potential that would require an additional permit and additional CEQA review. It would also require, in our analysis of that permit, we would consider whether or not the site is suitable for co-location. So just because it has the potential to hold up to 5 carriers, it doesn't mean that we would individually look at each permit and see if it's a suitable co-location. Santa Barbara County's telecommunications ordinance specifically includes criteria when we consider co-location sites. When we determine the suitability for co-location, we're looking at the visibility of the existing site, the potential for exacerbating the visual impact of the existing site. We're looking at the availability of necessary utilities, including power and telephone. We look at the existing vegetative screening. We look at the availability of more visually suitable sites that might meet the radio frequency needs in the same area. And then we also look at cumulative radio frequency emissions. So anytime we get an application in for co-location, we go through these things. And although our ordinance does encourage co-location, it doesn't mean we don't consider the other environmental impacts. Moving on to appeal issue F. The appellants contend that P&D issued the permit based on inadequate, incomplete, or unreliable data. In this appeal issue, the appellants contend that the county didn't have information on the need for service for these facilities, when in fact the applicant did provide the need for the coverage. I want to clarify that although NextG is installing the infrastructure, the proposed carrier providing the cellular service is Metro PCS. Metro PCS is a carrier that is new to Santa Barbara County. They are similar to, you may know, Verizon, Sprint, AT&T, T-Mobile. It's a carrier, a wireless cell phone carrier. Currently, Metro PCS is new to the county and doesn't have existing sites in Montecito. Because there are no existing sites, there is a significant gap in coverage. Alternative siting analysis. The appellants also contended that the county didn't review alternative sites. However, the proposed project complied with all requirements of the county land use code in addition to development standards and Montecito community plan. Therefore, no alternative analysis was warranted. Lastly, legal access. The appellants contended that legal access was not looked at on these facilities. However, all of the facilities are proposed on existing legal poles. NextG was deemed a public utility by the CPUC on January 30th, 2003, and therefore has legal access to install infrastructure on public utility poles owned by Southern California Edison. And lastly, they were granted their Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity on April 12th, 2007, which further allows them to install their infrastructure. Lastly, the FCC compliance. As we discussed previously, there was a emissions report submitted as part of the project application prepared by Dr. Bushberg. This report was amended to include site-specific antenna information and show that the facilities comply well within the FCC limits at 0.3% of the FCC exposure limits. In addition, as we discussed previously, per the Code of Federal Regulations, site-specific measurements are not applicable to these facilities because they are small facilities, low in power, and categorically exempt under the FCC table. That concludes our appeal issue summary. We have 7 separate appeal cases in which your commission needs to make an action on. At this time, we'll leave it up to your commission to, we can do one at a time, and we'll, at your request of your commission.
Thank you very much for a succinct presentation. We will have questions of you, so don't go too far. Commissioners. We should exhaust that and then break for lunch.
Mr. Chair, I'm happy for the commission to entertain questions. I don't think your lunch is quite here yet. I did want to point out, I think we're going to recommend that you take public comment on each individual case. And if there are public comments that apply to both, or the applicant or appellant's presentation applies to all 7 permits, they can just indicate that, and they don't have to repeat their testimony. But we're happy to entertain questions.
Very good, thank you. Ms. Lowry, there will be questions of you, I'm sure. Commissioner Idelson.
Thank you. Very fine presentation. Could I ask you, you mentioned about other carriers, and they would use possibly the same cable, was it, but different antennas? And would they also have a box there like this one does? Would they have a separate box? I'm trying to get down the road. If we have 5 carriers, will we have 5 times as many objects but the same wiring?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Edelson, yes, the fiber optic cabling has a capacity up to 5 service for 5 carriers, but they would each require their own antenna as they each have a different frequency. and service they would need to emit. They would need to, and additionally, they would have their own equipment. The antennas and equipment for each carrier vary based on their own individual technology. Also, their need for coverage varies based on individual carriers. So we have carriers that have had sites developed in the Santa Barbara County area for a long time and don't have the same need for coverage or service that newer carriers might need to fill in. So it would depend on the specifics of each individual carrier.
Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you. Just for clarification, in regard to the county's telecommunications ordinance, that establishes the tier system under which the county decides the level of review for these projects. Is that right?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Burrows, that's correct. There is some discretion between the two levels, and frankly, in this case, the applicant could have processed this as a one tier 4 permit and come to the Montecito Planning Commission, which may have resulted in a shorter process than a longer process. I think that the applicant properly, and we properly reviewed these as tier 1 projects. That's the intent of the ordinance. We weren't supposed to look at each individual, look at the network as a whole and determine the tier under the ordinance, but the applicant could have chosen to do that if he had wanted to. So,
but however the applicant chose to be reviewed, the county could have decided to make this a cumulative review, bumping it to tier 4.
No.
No.
Commissioner Burrows, Mr. Chair and Commissioner Burrows, the applicant could have chosen to process as a tier 4 project. We could not require it. So at his convenience, at the company's convenience, they could have assessed the permitting requirements and said, you know what, I think it's going to be quicker to go through as a tier 4 project than individual tier 1 projects. That would have been acceptable, but they are perfectly within the ordinance requirements, as are we, to process these as tier 1. We would never have required a tier 4 permit for this. So they could have elected to do tier 4. We would not require tier 4.
Because it's your view that it's tier 1
Well, all of
per
these,
se.
Mr. Chair, yes, all of these telecommunication facilities are, by the nature of the facilities, interconnected. So the ordinance did not contemplate permitting a system as a tier 4 permit. It contemplated permitting each individual installation based upon the tier that they fell into. That's why our call, if the applicant came in and asked us what the permit requirements were, we would have said tier 1 for each one. They could have applied for tier 4 as for the whole network, but they were not required to do so.
If I may,
Please
I'm not sure
continue.
if this is a county question or a legal question. Would it be possible for Montecito to adopt an ordinance that would shift the decision-making power to the Montecito Planning Commission and away from the applicant?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Burrows, one of the things that the board directed us to do last week was to look at some very targeted amendments to the telecommunications ordinance, and one of the amendments is to require public hearings for essentially all of the facilities. So the tier 1 and tier 2 facilities that are decided at either the staff or director level would be shifted to the zoning administrator probably in the rest of the county, and to the Montecito Planning Commission sitting as the zoning administrator in Montecito. So I think that's already contemplated in our ordinance amendment program.
Okay, thank you.
Questions? Commissioner Overall.
Ms. Lowry, I have several questions, and they're mostly definitional, so forgive me for my ignorance. I just have to ask them. Under your slide that has the litigation framework on it, you said the proposal has to fill a significant gap in the least intrusive means. What's the definition of least intrusive? I mean, how do we determine that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, this, the determination of least intrusive means is a subjective call on the part of the county in determining, in our experience, what the best technologically feasible means of providing coverage would be. To date, the means of providing the service have been large facilities. In that regards, we've determined these projects to be the least intrusive that we've seen to date.
So that's a value judgment that's rendered by somebody, okay. And then you use the term frequently significant gap. Again, I would ask, how is significant gap defined? Because we all know we have gaps in coverage, but what qualifies as significant?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, significant gap is actually a term that's just now coming into definition through different litigation cases. It hasn't been quite clear up until now, and that's being worked out. There's a couple things that that recent litigation cases have considered. One, a significant gap. One, is it a gap? Is it a interruption of service that you can't carry a call? But then also the significance part in the range of that gap. How wide? How many blocks is that? How many people is it serving? Is it a major traffic corridor? Is it a small residential area? So those are definitions that actually haven't been determined yet, and we'll see have more definition as case law continues.
Okay. Let me keep going here. In the your response to appeal issue B, the FCC standards, it says, and I know it's an area that we have no coverage on, I mean, no jurisdiction in, but I am interested. It says, you use the words very large margin of safety, and I wondered, is that another one that we don't have a definition on, or is there a specific definition of that? And as I said, I know it doesn't relate to to what we have jurisdiction over, but I am curious.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, that's an excerpt from the FCC's guidelines for local authorities. And I could read it for you if you'd like, the entirety of the context of that sentence. It goes on to basically explain that the FDA and other, in the research of establishing these limits, they were limits that were set in itself to be within a very large margin of safety. In addition, the facilities that we see are actually even a percentage of that. So I can find that for you if you'd like and pull it up if it's helpful to you.
I think at some point it would be worth knowing. I mean, you have to remember we live in an era in which mammograms are required or suggested strongly, and then they're not, and then there's confusion. I mean, whether we have jurisdiction over it or not, there is public concern, and I think it's perhaps understandable. So to the extent that we can shed any light on what's contained here, it might be useful if it doesn't take up a lot of time. I have a question on, I guess it's on appeal issue D. It relates to the undergrounding of the poles issue. And I know several people who have individually paid to have utility poles undergrounded on their property. And I don't know what the circumstances are here. I assume that NextG or the carrier must be paying rental space with Edison. That may be a wrong assumption. But if it's not, it's kind of like having a couple sticks in the air. Take them down is one question. If you've got a billboard up there, there's a revenue stream that comes from that billboard, and suddenly it gets more costly if you want to take those sticks down. And I'm curious as to whether we have any knowledge of, is an income stream generated for Edison, and is it more expensive to underground a pole that has this kind of co-location on it, or does it not make any difference? Was the question clear?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, I believe I understand your your question. I can give you our understanding of it. Essentially, you can, if you're a public utility as deemed by the California Public Utilities Commission, you can apply to have your equipment mounted on utility poles, and you have to get an authorization from the Joint Pole Committee. It's a committee that was established to consolidate facilities, utilities on existing poles. If you apply to be a part of, put your equipment on, you're essentially becoming a part owner, so they all share. It's not that they're renting from one, they become a part owner in that agreement. And they're partially responsible. They do pay fees to be on that, but they become a part owner in it so that they are all sharing the responsibility of maintenance and then ultimately undergrounding if they came.
Well, I guess the real question then is if I'm an owner and I want to underground a pole, does having NextG or somebody else on that pole as an addition to what was already there, does it get more expensive for me to underground that pole because they're there, or does it not make any difference?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, to our knowledge, that is not the case. We would have to confirm that. I mean, it's not our range of expertise is the Joint Pole Committees.
Okay.
But to our knowledge, that's not the case.
And then on appeal issue E, you talked about future antennas. I think I heard you say in response to Commissioner Idelson's question that it not only would require additional antennas, it would also require the 6-inch by 6-inch by 33-inch box on the pole. Was I correct in that?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Overall, that's correct. That's actually the smallest equipment we've seen. Most carriers require much larger equipment facilities. Namely, Verizon typically has 10 by 10 by 10 shelters, box shelters.
Right.
They're fairly large. Other carriers have smaller equipment that look more like utility boxes. It really varies based on the carrier. In instances where we've had carriers such as Verizon that needed to do a right-of-way installation, did installations on utility poles, they had to completely underground their facility. And that is what the development standard, their equipment shelter, the development standard requiring undergrounding is for those large structures, shelters or bigger equipment cabinets, that those would be undergrounded. The NextG equipment is comparably very small in comparison to anything we've seen before. This is the first carrier to use that type of equipment cabinet. So the assumption would be that future carriers would need their equipment cabinets. How it would be installed and the size of it would vary.
Then maybe
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I would add that in the event of an application for another antenna, another carrier deploying in this distributed antenna system, we would be reevaluating the aesthetic impacts of the co-located utility box and wires.
I understand that. I guess there's a question of what tier level it be reviewed, but that's a different matter. But in rough, I want to make sure I understand this. The box that contains the equipment that's on the pole is roughly 3 feet tall. If we had, if I understood it correctly, the fiber optic cable could support up to 5. So we'd have 15 feet up the pole of those boxes if that's the way people chose to mount it, and if you all approved it. Is that correct?
That is correct. If I just want a point of clarification, if a carrier can't use such small equipment, if their equipment was larger, including their utility box or their shelter, it couldn't be processed under a Tier 1 application. That would require a major conditional use permit, a Tier 4 project in a residential area. So the difference here is that NextG has the capability to have small equipment. But yes, you're incorrect that if they had the small equipment as well, they could also be mounted on the pole.
Then I guess I'm a little confused as to the nature of NextG. I thought they were providing the infrastructure, and somebody like AT&T could decide that they wanted to use NextG's technology.
Okay, hold on.
Is that incorrect, or?
Correct. NextG is installing infrastructure for Metro PCS specifically this time. it's not clear. Usually the carriers install their own infrastructure and antennas as they have specific requirements.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, Mr. Chair, Commissioner, I'll back up, excuse me. Now I've lost my train of thought. The cabling, okay, NextG is a corporation that's providing facilities for other carriers. In anticipation of future business, they're providing enough cabling for 5 carriers, but they're providing the infrastructure at this time for only the one carrier, Metro PCS. Beyond the cabling, the infrastructure including the wireless, the antennas and the equipment box.
But if they got 5 clients that they use the same technology, we'd have 15 feet of boxes up the pole, potentially.
Assuming that those were approved, yes.
Okay. The last question that I have, and it may be addressed somewhere and I just have overlooked it, how many total requests are there that affect the Montecito community? I know we have 7 appeals, but how many total are there?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner overall, I believe there are 14 permit applications that were submitted for the Montecito area.
And if those were all approved and installed, does that provide, what's the word I'm looking at, no significant gaps in coverage?
Presumably that's our understanding,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you very much.
Commissioner Burrows.
But can we assume that as time passes, there would be additional needs for coverage, therefore more boxes on all those poles?
We don't know.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Burrows, there is the additional need for capacity on occasion. So if you have a site that's overloaded with calls, then there would be an additional need for capacity. But coverage, I think the locational is covered by the locations of each site. So to that extent, if they had a large number of calls, if you have a set area, it doesn't tend to change. Where we see additional capacity is usually transit, ways, freeways, commercial areas, and such that we see more of the upgrades of capacity.
The Federal Communication Act had still does, I think, a requirement that one first attempt to co-locate, and presumably that was the least intrusive impact on a community. Why would the DOS system have been approved when it inherently is not co-location in terms of our Gibraltar Peak transmission, where we're going into the community rather than being in the community? Any idea why that shouldn't have been required, an attempt at co-locating outside of the community and radio frequencing in, or whatever the terminology is?
Mr. Chair, I can provide a partial answer at least, or some of my background has been that prior to recent years, the coverage objective was mainly transit areas, highways, and commercial areas. As cell phone users have increased and they've become the primary phone, if not only phone, we're seeing more usage in residential areas. We've seen an influx of applications in residential areas for the first time. So the Gibraltar Peak sites and all that reached major corridors and major city centers. We're seeing now all carriers submit applications in residential areas. Some more desirable than other projects. Some are very large, even still in the residential areas. NextG is attempting a network to fill in the area that is most desirable now, which is the residential area, in areas that are difficult to physically reach with those those sites outside the community. So there is, a difficulty in reaching. There's a physical constraint there that the antennas need to see the coverage objective area. So if you have topography or buildings, or anything in the line of sight that restricts it, that is a difficult area to reach. So this attempt is breaking up the antennas to be located inside the coverage objective area that wouldn't otherwise be served by sites located outside.
But Metro G's Metro G, is it? Metro
NextG and Metro PCS.
Metro PCS's competition is outside of the community and servicing without significant gap its customers. Any idea why Metro didn't apply to co-locate on Gibraltar Peak with the others?
Commissioner, Mr. Chair, we do have applications in for Metro PCS in the North County areas where they are co-locating at the larger sites, Harris Grade, Mount Solomon, Freeman Ranch. There's existing what we call antenna farms, in which they're locating almost identical projects to the ones that are there, identical facilities. For the areas in the South County, they haven't submitted any applications, and this has been their attempt, I guess, at coverage in South Coast areas.
So I need to ask them, I guess, why they didn't take that route. Because I'm wondering whether the DOS system was created to meet the Tier 1 definition, or the Tier 1 definition was created to accept the DOS system. And I suspect our Telecommunications Act is a lot like a lot of others all over the country. And I'm wondering if we're going to never see co-location outside of the community again, will this continue, the smaller handoff from pole to pole?
And Mr. Chair, my thought on it is that we'll be seeing both. There's still a need for the coverage in the transit areas and the larger areas, rural areas. The need is still there for all different kinds. What the DOS system attempts to do is to fill in areas that now have a coverage need that didn't have it before, which is residential areas. So I think we would be seeing both. I don't think all carriers would be needing as many sites in this area because they have some coverage in limited areas already. So they would be, if they were to utilize a DOS system, it'd be more of an infill rather than an entire coverage objective. That's my experience.
Questions? Ms. Lowry, any additional? Commissioner Gottsdenker.
And once again, as Commissioner Overall mentioned, we are not dealing with this issue, but I do have a question on appeal issue E. The last bullet point is cumulative radio frequency emission study showing compliance with radio frequency standards established by the FCC. My question is, when were those standards established? You say radio frequency standards established by the FCC. When?
96.
When was that? When were those standards established by the FCC?
96. 96.
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gottsdecker, I'll answer this, and then we might want to check with council also. My understanding is that they were established in 1996 with the Telecommunications Act.
1996?
Yes.
Okay, fine, thank you.
I believe we have no more questions, and thank you for your presentation. We do have one. Ms. Burrows.
It's just a request. Excuse me. At some time today during that hearing, so that I have a better understanding of the request that the Board of Supervisors made in regard to this issue, could I please have someone take that an issue at a time and find out where we are in regard to the Board of Supervisors?
Mr. Chair, I can do that right now.
Let's do it.
I mean, the board made a request last week. We have done nothing yet. They essentially had three substantive requests. One was for us to amend our application submittal requirements, which is a pretty easy thing for us to do. It doesn't require anybody's approval but mine, I guess. So that'll happen in the next few weeks. We get the material we need to review these applications in any event. It's just will be simpler to go through the application completeness requirement with the material specified more clearly. The second is that we increase the noticing of these sorts of applications that will require ordinance amendments. That's an easier process in the inland area than the coastal zone because the decision on the ordinance revision stops with the county, and in the coastal zone obviously has to go to the Coastal Commission for review and certification. The third is the requirement for public hearings on all of these facilities that we're talking about today. That also requires an ordinance amendment. Again, that's easier in the inland area than in the coastal zone because the Coastal Commission has to review and certify the amendment in the coastal zone. When I spoke with the County Planning Commission last week, they asked what our expected time frame was for these ordinance amendments to move forward, and I think I told them within 4 to 6 months, and I stand by that.
Good.
1 week later.
In regard to requiring a public hearing and noticing, would that begin with Tier 1 all the way through Tier 4?
Mr. Chair and Commissioner Burrows, yes, although the board's action wasn't explicit as to Tier 2, it would make absolutely no sense for us to have Tier 1 subject to a public hearing and Tier 2 continue to be a director-level decision. So I think our intent was to elevate all of the tiers to some sort of a public hearing.
Ms. Lowry, one last thing. The FCC has precluded us from challenging the impact of 0.33% radio wave emission. How does a community determine whether the measurement was done correctly? Do we have that person to cross-examine? Do we have data to look at?
Mr. Chair, we have reports submitted by those expertise in the field. There isn't an established license per se for a radio frequency analyst. It's mostly those with expertise, so either have worked for or with telecommunications carriers or in the research or application thereof. Mr. Bushberg Dr. Bushberg was the one that prepared the report for the Next G. He has been involved in establishing radio frequency science for a while. The county's practice to date has been that if we receive a report, we review the reports individually for their compliance and analysis with the FCC guidelines. And then we ensure that they include site information and it seems reasonably accurate. If a report is called into question and seems obviously inaccurate or missing information or unclear, we will have that report peer-reviewed as we would any other technical report, and we would just call in another expert in the field to just review that and see if our sense is correct and have the report revised as necessary. That only happens on occasion and when warranted.
So you did not have this peer-reviewed, these findings?
Mr. Chair, no, we did not.
Mr. Chair, the one thing I would add is that we do have another agency that has sounded in regard to the emissions levels, and that's the CPUC, who assumed lead agency status and issued the CEQA exemptions. So they also looked at the emissions reports, the predictive emissions reports, and accepted them.
But no independent measurement was done?
Again, as I said, it was the CPUC's process.
Okay, thank you. Anything further?
Mr. Chair, if you're ready for lunch, my recommendation would be we take a half hour and come back at 1:20.
That's right. We're going to stay here with a sandwich and get this done quickly. We'll be back in exactly 1/2 hour. This process takes time. I apologize that it's taking as long as it does, but we're just beginning almost, and we'll get it done as quickly as we can. See you in 1/2 hour. Thank you. A lot of these people will not come back. January 27th, 2010 Montecito Planning Commission hearing is back in order. We are dealing with NextG cellular antenna appeals, and we have heard most of staff's presentation, but we are now going to look at some visuals of the 7 application sites. If you could run through those quickly, and we'll then move on to the appellant's presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. We're starting with appeal case number 09 APL 34. This is the appeal case to 09 CDP 56 on North Jamison Lane. ESB 13 is the node identification number for NextG. It's located on North Jamison Lane near Ortega Hill Road and Sheffield Drive. The pole you can see on the right-hand corner is 44 feet 8 inches tall. The antenna would be mounted at a total height of 31 feet 9 inches, and the box would be mounted at 12 feet 5 inches.
There's nothing on that box, on that pole now.
This is the, yeah, what's more visible?
Is there?
So this is actually the visual simulation provided by the applicant. The antenna, it's difficult to see, though.
It's there.
This is where the antenna would be mounted, and the box would be is down here.
I see. Okay, thank you.
I believe if we want to have questions or comments.
Why don't you go through them all, and we'll, if anyone wants to jump in, by the way, please feel free. Otherwise, I just want to get an idea of where they are.
For each of them. The next is 09 APL 35 is the appeal case to 09 CDP 55 on San Ysidro Road, NextG number ESB 09. This is on the right-of-way of Jameson Lane at the crossroads of San Ysidro Road. This is the pole.
Right there.
And this is the proposed equipment would be down here, and the antenna is up here. The next case is 09 APL 36. This is appeal to 09 LUP 317 on Olive Mill Road, ESB 08.
Where is that intersection? The closest intersection?
This is Olive Mill Road and Hot Springs Road.
So it's Casa Grande. Olive Mill.
Olive Mill and Hot Springs Road.
Right. Right in front of Casa Grande.
Here's the subject pole. The antenna would be mounted at 32 feet 9 inches. The pole itself is 43 feet 5 inches. And the box will be mounted at 12 feet 5 inches.
Mr. Overall.
I have a question for you, because this is the first one where the box has been mounted at I think it's an inch different than the other ones. Is there something magical about the particular height of where they're locating the box?
Commissioner, and overall, no, not to my knowledge. This is just the specifics detailed on the plans submitted as part of the application.
Okay.
Excuse me, I have another question along those lines. Is there some technical reason, and this may be answered inside of NextG's presentation, that these little antennas have to be mounted away from the pole and could not be mounted, and this is like aesthetically, it's like when we look at, say, the future of this technology, it's not, which I think we need to be keeping in the background, it's like all of a sudden the possibility is of having 5 of these little antennas, and is there some reason why these antennas can't be mounted like in line with the top of the pole or on the pole, on the top of the pole, so that we don't wind up with the potential of a cluster of all these little yellow things hanging out on all these wires?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner Gossinker, there are different configurations for the different applications depending on the pole, the existing pole's height of where they're mounting. They have a coverage objective they're reaching. I believe we can confirm with the applicant, but my understanding is the reason why it's mounted away from the pole is because SCE requires clearance for climbing for the access to the other wires. So they need to have several feet of access on either side of the pole itself so they can reach the other lines also on using the pole.
That rationale would not apply with regards to, as I was suggesting, the possibility of mounting those antennas directly in line with the vertical axis of the pole if they were on the very top. That would be different than having these little flaggy things on wires. Is there some reason why they couldn't go on the top? That would, Edison can still climb. Everybody can climb up and down the pole to the top, where most of, the electrical boxes and all of those things they put up there are.
Let's talk to the applicant and see what flexibility they have, if any. Go ahead.
We'll address that later then.
Yep.
Moving on, the next case is 09 Appeal 37. This is the appeal case to 09 CDP 53 on Olive Mill Road, ESB 06. This is Olive Mill Road. This is North Jameson Lane. Here's the proposed pole.
Jameson.
This is
I see.
This is Coast
Lower
Village Road.
I see.
Yeah.
No. Where is it?
Further down, I think. Here's the pole, and the antenna would be mounted at a height of 31 feet. The pole itself is 37 feet. And the box is at 12 feet, 6 inches. Okay. Next is 09 Appeal 38. This is the appeal case number to 09 LUP 319, Sheffield Drive, ESB number 14.
Okay.
This is a slightly different configuration where the antenna would be mounted on one pole and the box on another. This is because of where they're pulling their power supplies from one pole and mounting on another. It's the same equipment, just two separate poles. Here's the pole with the antenna. The antenna would be mounted at 36 feet 1 inch. The pole itself is 71 feet 5 inches. The next appeal case is 09 Appeal 39. This is an appeal case to 09 CDP 52, located in the right-of-way of Middle Road, ESB 02. Here's Middle Road. Nearest cross street is Mesa Road. Proposed pole is identified here. This is the proposed pole, and the antenna would be mounted at a height of 27 feet. The box at 12 feet 5 inches. The pole itself is 39 feet. Lastly, we have 10 Appeal 1. This is the appeal to 09 LUP 381 on Park Lane, ESB 03. This is the intersection of East Valley Road and Park Lane. Again, this is a split configuration with the antenna mounted on the pole closest to East Valley Road and the box on, I believe, the box on the other. That concludes the appeal cases.
Very good. Thank you very much. That's helpful. We can now, any other questions immediately? Okay. The appellate presentation. Ms. Basham? Let me say before we begin, we certainly want everyone to provide testimonial evidence that's going to be helpful. If you sense that your testimony has already been provided by one of your neighbors, if you could not repeat it, that would be appreciated.
This isn't for me, this is for Abe. Okay, thank you. That's okay.
Yeah, good point.
I'm sorry?
Ms. Basham, 1 second. And should you not be able to testify or wish not to, we have your speaker slip. It will be in the record as opposed or in favor of. So.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. My name is Susan Basham. I'm an attorney with Price Postel in Parma, and I'm here today on behalf of the appellants in all 7 of the appeals. And I'd like to say at the outset that my remarks are going to be general in nature. In other words, I'm going to be saying things that pertain to all 7 of the appeals. So I'm hoping that you don't want to hear them repeated 7 times. I certainly don't want to repeat them 7 times. If we can incorporate my remarks by reference into all of the appeals that you're considering today, that would be most helpful. I will be followed by Abe Powell, one of the appellants, who's prepared the presentation that you see a preview of there. I'm actually not going to be walking through that presentation myself. And following Mr. Powell, there are a number of speakers, as you've identified. I don't know that they're all still here, but many of the appellants would like to address you concerning the specific sites. So I again will not be talking about the specific sites, but they will. And when they get up, they can tell you which of the sites. Actually, what we've determined is that they will get up when you call the hearing on a particular site. So I think that's going to work out all right. But if there's any confusion, we'll try to clarify as we go along.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to spend about 10 minutes. I hope that's going to be okay, since I'm covering 7 different items altogether. You've seen our materials. We submitted a letter, the letter that staff has referred to. There was a letter attached to each of the appeals, and staff has done a great job of summarizing the points that were addressed in that appeal letter. We also submitted another letter, which you should have received on Monday. I would ask if you would accept that into the record here today. We covered some of the same points, but some additional points in direct response to the staff report and in response to a letter sent by NextG on January 19th. And I also just want to say for the record here, and I'm sorry to have to say this, it's disappointing to me as an attorney who has practiced before boards and commissions of the county for 6 years that we didn't receive any call from staff about the scheduling of this hearing. We were told that this hearing was scheduled at NextG's request, and NextG actually has stated in its letter that it demanded this hearing date. We're here, we're proceeding, we're not protesting it in the sense of not being prepared, but it's unfortunate when appellants who invest in the right to be heard don't at least have the opportunity to say something about the date when they're going to be heard. Okay, so I'm going to cover 3 points today. The first is our view that staff essentially made a mistake in not requiring a Tier 4 review and in determining that there was an option for a Tier 1 review. Because this is a distributed antenna system, and each omnidirectional antenna is part of a network without which it isn't functional. My second point that I'd like to cover today is that staff incorrectly relied on a defective CPUC notice of exemption instead of meeting its obligation under CEQA to engage in environmental review. The notice was defective because it relied on categorical exemptions that simply don't apply here. And I'm going to describe to you why that's true. And my third point is that the required findings for a Tier 1 land use permit, even assuming that a Tier 1 land use permit is appropriate here, or a CDP, can't be made because these permits are not compliant with the Montecito Community Plan and not compliant with the Montecito Land Use and Development Code. The aesthetic impacts here are a legitimate concern, and unfortunately in the recommended findings they've been glossed over with generalities. Concerning the Tier 1 versus Tier 4 review, a question, I believe Commissioner Burrows asked the question about whether staff could have directed NextG to pursue one or the other. And the response was no, because both were available, staff couldn't make that decision for the applicant. I would maintain that they aren't both available, that Tier 1 was really an inappropriate option to even open up the possibility of pursuing here. The Tier 1 proposal, the Tier 1 system, or permitting system, is designed for a single facility, a single antenna. It looks at that antenna as though it's standing alone. The Tier 4, as staff described, is a catch-all. It's the place where you go when you have something that doesn't fit into Tier 1, 2, or 3. So as soon as you look beyond one antenna, you're looking at something other than a Tier 1 review. And for reasons that escape my logic, staff decided to essentially put on blinders about the network as a whole and decide to look at each one of these antennas, decide that it would be perfectly fine and to review each one of these antennas individually, 39 separate permits. And if you look at those individually, you never get the collective picture. Each one is being looked at, making findings about whether it has an impact in its particular location without looking at the system as a whole, where you would be looking at, is this the right pole? Could there be another pole that would be better? Could there be a different way to put this system into the community? The appellants have not taken the position, and I want to be absolutely clear, they understand the Telecommunications Act, they understand what the limitations are here. They haven't taken the position that NextG shouldn't be allowed to put in a facility. They haven't taken the position that Metro PCS shouldn't be allowed to be a carrier in the community. Their position is that at a different level of scrutiny under Tier 4, a better result would be before you today. The principal difference between a Tier 1 and a Tier 4 review, obviously, is that under a Tier 1 review, as staff has described it, it is a ministerial permit. It's issued by the director, and the findings that are required are relatively broad in nature. Whereas under a Tier 4 review, it's a discretionary permit issued by the commission, subject to much greater scrutiny and design review. So if we were here today under a Tier 4 review, there would be much more information available to you, and presumably much more work would have been done in advance to review each of these proposed antenna sites in relation to each other and in relation to the entire network. Instead, what you have is essentially a piecemeal, detailed approach to each one of the antenna sites without ever having an opportunity to hear staff's presentation on the network as a whole. So in essence, the Tier 4 standard is more liberal in terms of its threshold, but it's more stringent in terms of the CUP process you would go through in a Tier 4 review. And in our view, a CUP process is what's needed here when you're looking at the network as a whole. Turning to the CEQA issue, our view is that county environmental review was required here regardless of the tier selected because CPUC notice of exemption was defective. And it was defective for particular reasons. The CPUC, as staff has reported to you, considered the whole project, which we like, but reached unsupported conclusions. It points to categorical exemptions that really don't fit this project at all. Now, we understand CPUC is an agency that deals with lots of utilities and probably is quite accustomed to filing notices of exemption that are kind of general, and they know which boxes they are accustomed to checking. But those boxes don't fit the present situation. For instance, a Class 1 exemption is for existing facilities involving negligible or no expansion of use. We don't have that here. A Class 2 exemption concerns replacement or reconstruction of an existing utility system, again involving negligible or no expansion of capacity. We don't have that here. A Class 4 exemption is a minor alteration in the condition of land that doesn't involve the removal of healthy trees. My understanding is that there is vegetation removal going on with NextG's installation, and we don't have that exemption here. And finally, CPUC has relied on guideline section 15061B3, which is a finding that the project has no potential for causing a significant effect on the environment. And a significant effect under CEQA is a substantial or potentially substantial adverse change in any of the physical conditions within the area affected by the project. CPUC cannot have made that determination without a greater study of the network's impact on this particular county and in this particular community. And what CEQA requires when a responsible agency, in other words, the agency that didn't do the report, determines that the one that did the report, or in this case, the notice of exemption, is insufficient, that agency, in this case the county, should assume the role of lead agency. In other words, just because the CPUC said it was going to be the lead agency and offered this notice of exemption doesn't mean that the county is unable or not required to provide its own environmental review in a situation where it finds that the document that it's received is inadequate. There's also an issue here of notice, because if the county is a responsible agency under CEQA, it should have received the notice and an opportunity to challenge that notice of exemption when it was first issued, and we've seen no evidence that that happened. So the county is put in a terrible position, frankly, to receive a notice of exemption, hand-delivered or walked over by NextG with its application when that was actually signed off in July last year. And so to process that as the official environmental review of this network just makes no sense to us. And it seems to me that under CEQA, the county has a different level of responsibility that it still needs to meet. Just as another point on the CEQA question, we disagree with staff's assertion that the future projects for co-location will be reviewed under CEQA. That's technically true, but as a practical matter, not true, because staff, if future projects are reviewed as Tier 1 projects, it's entirely likely that staff will consider those ministerial permits and claim a ministerial permit exemption from CEQA. And that could have happened in this case as well. I mean, we disagree that these should be issued under any ministerial form of permit. But in any event, the statement that they will be subject to future CEQA review should not provide comfort to anyone, because it's entirely possible that the review would be waived. Finally, my third point for today is that the Tier 1 permits on appeal are defective because the proposed required findings concerning consistency with the community plan and the Land Use and Development Code can't be made. And again, I emphasize the point, and staff has agreed with us, that aesthetics are properly considered by this commission. They're not prohibited by federal law, and aesthetics are at the heart of this matter for the community. It's unfortunate that the recommended findings that staff has provided really gloss over a lot of the specifics. I'm going to count on Mr. Powell and others to talk about those. But I would just like to point out a couple of general problems with the recommended findings. The principal purpose and intent of the Telecommunications Ordinance, and it states right up front, is to promote their orderly development and ensure that they being the facilities, their orderly development, and ensure that they are compatible with surrounding land uses in order to protect the public safety and visual resources. So right up front, it's the compatibility with surrounding land uses and visual resources that are at the heart of this review. And the overarching goal of the Montecito Community Plan is to preserve the semi-rural residential quality of life, including the roads and lanes in the community. In my view, you can't make a finding that this particular permit or any of the permits on appeal today will be compatible with existing surrounding development in terms of land use and visual qualities. And this is the finding that staff asks you to make in 2.2.1 of the attachment of findings. Staff says that the installation is designed to retain the visual character of the area by conforming to Tier 1, and that essentially says that Tier 1 compliance equates to compliance with other standards. I don't think you can make a finding that the box is no more intrusive than other installations. You can't make the finding that because the equipment box is painted brown and it blends with the pole and therefore preserves the existing streetscape. Painting the equipment brown is in the eye of the beholder, I suppose, as to whether it actually has an impact on the visual intrusion. But those who live and work in the community see the box, whether it's brown or purple. And as we went through the review of the various sites, it was evident to me and probably to others that these boxes are mounted relatively close to the ground and close to eye level. These are not sitting on the top of the pole. as Commissioner Gottstanker said, but even if they were sitting on the top of the pole, they would be silhouetted against the sky, and that's another area of concern that should be investigated in making these findings. Finding 2.2.2 is that it should be located so as to minimize its visibility from public view. 2.2.3, designed to blend into the surrounding environment to the greatest extent feasible. And again, I don't see how you can reach a conclusion that just because NextG did its best to design something that would blend into the surrounding, that in fact it meets the standard, that it actually blends into the surroundings. Staff's proposed finding is that because NextG made that effort, that should be enough. I don't think that's enough. I don't think the appellants think that's enough. And finally, we have the late arrival here into the discussion, which staff said today is that the permits are being treated as co-location permits. I don't understand why that's true, because co-location is about co-location of wireless facilities. It's not co-location of one kind of utility and another kind of utility. The co-location requirements, however, the ones that staff put up on the screen, are very specific and stringent, and I don't even see any findings that would meet those requirements, particularly the availability of more suitable sites that meet the RF needs in a different location. So whether this is being considered as a co-location, if it is being considered as a co-location application, which we think it shouldn't be, it doesn't meet the required findings. And I want to make special mention of the two policies in the Montecito Community Plan that are not met here. First, goal VIS M2, concerning minimally intrusive design. Staff says it's minimally intrusive because it's been designed that way. That is an argument basically saying that Tier 1 requirements are by their nature not intrusive. Goal land use M2, preserve roads as important aesthetic elements that help to define the semi-rural character of the community and avoid compromising the character of the roadway. And here staff acknowledges that this is a DAS system, but concludes that as such it minimizes the size and visibility of the facility. That's essentially saying that a DAS system, because it's not as bad as some others, should be approved. I don't agree with that logic. And finally, the Montecito Association policy concerning undergrounding, which is to promote elimination of overhead utilities to sustain and enhance the exceptional beauty and semi-rural character of the Montecito community, as well as to maintain property values and a high-quality living environment. The Montecito Association gave careful consideration to this policy before adopting it and believes strongly that overhead utilities are not compatible with the character of the community. And although there is a provision in the telecommunications ordinance that if facilities are undergrounded later, then the permitted facilities essentially have to give way to that. It is human nature that once something is there, it's harder to get rid of. And once NextG or Metro PCS or any other carrier has invested in its system relying on the presence of poles, it seems far less likely that undergrounding will be considered as a desirable result. So in summary, again, the appellants are not suggesting that NextG shouldn't be allowed to be in the community. But if NextG wants to proceed with the network in Santa Barbara County, the county has every right and responsibility to review the impacts of the network. Alternate sites may be available. Not all of the sites that are proposed at this point have been appealed. Not all the sites are before you today, so you can't even get a clear sense of what this whole network looks like. It's improper to allow an applicant to choose the least demanding route to permits when doing so avoids a review and essentially puts blinders on consideration of the actual network. So appellants ask your commission to uphold the appeals and deny the permits. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Basham. Okay. Mr. Powell, I think you're up next.
Chairman Phillips, members of the Commission, my name is Abraham Powell. I'm going to be making a presentation today regarding the aesthetic impacts of this project. Is this controller here for me? Which way is forward? The right-hand side? Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Powell, how long will you be?
Maybe about 5-6 minutes.
Excellent, thank you.
Okay. Staff has made some findings regarding the aesthetics of this installation. We've found those findings to be ludicrous, and we've seen some of the work done by NextG already in this community without a permit or with ministerial permits, and we'd like to go over some of that and look at the actual impacts of this project as we've seen them as they've gone in. So, staff's aesthetic argument against this, our appeal, hinges on their determination that the subject project constituting these whip antennas was determined not to have a visual impact. And so we think it's, that the staff believes that these are going to blend into the streetscape, but the people who live next to these poles and in these neighborhoods strongly disagree. NextG clearly demonstrated that they do not care about aesthetics with the sloppy work and installations that they've done in the community thus far, and we're going to take a look at some of these. So here is an actual whip antenna installation, unpermitted, on Picacho Lane, right as it stood this Saturday, and I took a picture of it. This has been here for over a month. This is not the cute little thing that they have led us to believe we're going to see in our community. It's very unsightly, and it's right over the road. That's reality right there. That's boots on the ground. Okay. So here's an example of NextG's work on Olive Mill Road right at the entrance to Montecito. They've left these strange loops up there with, we're not sure why or how, but they've been up there for quite some time and they're very unsightly. And we consider inconsiderate to the people who live right next to that pole. Now, here's an example of what the previously shown whip antenna will look like on this site on Olive Mill Road. Again, right at the entrance to Montecito. That's not very pretty. And staff has found this installation to be compatible with the semi-rural character of Montecito. We don't see how they made that determination. So what they failed to do in this determination is consider the reasonably foreseeable environmental and aesthetic impacts of this project. Because once we open the door to one antenna installation and it is approved, it will be extremely difficult for the county or staff to deny another cell provider from providing another installation, because every new company that comes to this town is going to have a gap of coverage because they haven't established a network yet. Every time that happens, they're going to have a reasonable expectation that they're going to be able to put an antenna up just like NextG was allowed to. Okay, so once one carrier's come in, that's going to open the door for another, and another, and another, up to 5 antennas, because planning staff has already confirmed that up to 5 antennas can be and almost certainly will be co-located on each pole. Now, when we look at the cumulative visual impact of this approach, we can see that it is undeniable. This is a visual blight at the entrance to Montecito. So here's what we can anticipate. We think that's unacceptable, and we cannot understand how they could find this to be an aesthetically, the least intrusive aesthetic option for our community. We're stunned. Okay, so another thing the staff failed to do was consider this project as a network. Right? They considered it one antenna, one antenna, one antenna, as if each of these was a snowflake. They're not a snowflake, it's a snowstorm. So when you consider it as a network, we see multiple poles with multiple installations, up to 39 poles in the county of Santa Barbara, at least 14 now in Montecito, but more likely 100 within a couple years. Now, when you think that they could have 5 antennas per pole, what is our neighborhood going to start looking like? This is ridiculous. It's not acceptable, and this kind of visual blight in a community is going to damage our property values, and we are very concerned about that. Now, staff decided each antenna could receive ministerial review or Tier 1 review. In doing so, they determined that the entire project would receive no scrutiny greater than the smallest component part. That is not acceptable. The decision resulted in a series of permits that ignore the full impact of the network as an integrated project, which it is, because none of those independent parts can function without the other. Now, so if we so this is what they're evaluating. Okay, they think that's a small impact. We disagree. This is what, when they failed to consider the full foreseeable impact, this is what we get. This is not the visual aesthetic that Montecito has been working for to preserve all these years, to establish a commission like this to protect the aesthetic beauty, the semi-rural character of this community, to go all the lengths the Montecito Association has gone to, that all the community members have gone to protect this community from stuff like this from happening, to see this go through and to see staff acting as the fox guarding the hen house, trying to approve this and deny our appeal is really unacceptable and we believe inconsiderate. Now, what we're asking now is please uphold this appeal. Once we open this box, once we allow one of these installations to go forward, every company is going to follow after. Every other cell company is going to want to do the same thing. And we're going to see hundreds of these things all over the community. We've evaluated the impacts. We think this cell phone approach is a raw deal for the community. And because it's a raw deal, we ask you to stand up for the community and support this appeal. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Please, folks, we don't need to clap. We don't need to clap. And we'll hear from the applicant.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Ryan. I'm the Vice President of Government Affairs and Government Relations and Regulatory Affairs for NextG Networks.
Welcome.
I represent the applicant. My responsibilities, I'm a lawyer by training, but my responsibilities are to deal with the regulatory and government affairs issues for the company on a nationwide basis. I've prepared a few notes to sort of make an introduction to the company. I believe that there's going to be a lot of questions. I know that the Board of Commissioners has a lot of questions about what we're doing. So what I would propose is to go over sort of an introduction that I think may answer some of the questions as a general matter, but then be available for various different topical, sort of issues that may come up. CEQA is one of them, and some of the issues that were just raised, I think would be another. Is that an acceptable approach?
Yeah, try to keep it focused on this issue. I know there's a story about your company, and it may be interesting, but let's try to keep it focused on these appeals.
Absolutely,
Very
absolutely.
good.
I'll keep the story to the company very short.
Thank you.
And before I do get started, I just wanted to confirm a couple of just administrative items. There is a letter that I wrote on January 19th that I believe is part of the packet. It was available online. I just wanted to get confirmation that that is now part of the record.
Yes.
And secondarily, the presentation that was just made by Mr. Powell, I hope is also now part of the record. Okay.
It is.
Thank you. NextG is a pioneer in the development of distributed antenna systems. Over the course of over the past 8 or 9 years that the company has been in existence, it has deployed more than 6,000 of these nodes nationwide, all across the country. Most of the networks are focused in California and New York, and in areas that are very difficult to deploy. This is somewhat of an unusual circumstance for us because in many communities, NextG is in fact invited as a preferred alternative to the large sites that are being deployed by carriers, because we utilize existing infrastructure. The equipment is the smallest available, and is generally viewed by many to be very attractive in terms of options that are available to anybody in the wireless industry to cover a particular area. We've been invited to go into communities very similar to Montecito, communities like Palos Verdes Estates, where we have an agreement, communities like Carlsbad, places that are very sensitive, like Princeton, New Jersey. And one of the reasons that NextG is successful in this field is, and this is going to address one of the very specific issues that has been raised, is because the network is capable of carrying multiple carriers. The most expensive and the most comprehensive portion of NextG's deployment is the fiber optic cables, and as has been discussed, the fiber optic cables have been designed to be capable of carrying up to 5 different carriers. But there's a significant misrepresentation here that I want to correct right now, and that is that there is no plan to install 5 different antennas on utility poles. The capability of the fiber to carry multiple carriers does not mean that those 5 antennas are going to be on a pole. There are numerous regulations in place, not only in local ordinances, in your own ordinance that would prohibit that, but there's very serious, significant binding regulations that are enforced from the California Public Utilities Commission that prohibit overloading poles and from just installing whatever we want on poles. The types of installations are extremely regulated. The wind loading and the structural integrity needs to be maintained, and the types of installations like what we saw there are just not representative. And I'll just add that the coil that was in that was a request from the county to stop construction in a particular site. It's an uncompleted site that was taken a photograph of, and so it's just a misrepresentation to assume that there would be 5 different antennas on any given site for a variety of reasons. NextG has been regulated as a public utility by the California Public Utilities Commission since 2003. And I'll talk about CEQA later if that question comes up. A lot of the position on the CEQA and our explanation of it is in the record, but the California Public Utilities Commission has occupied the field for performing the analysis for all public utilities in the public rights of way, because it's only the Public Utilities Commission that has the visibility and authority to regulate something of the statewide nature and statewide scope of a company like NextG that's making a deployment all across the state. NextG is a joint owner of the poles in question. For more than 100 years, the Southern California Joint Pole Committee has created a system whereby different utilities like NextG buy ownership in the poles in order to encourage co-location and discourage the need to go out and have a whole different system where you have one utility installing its lines on one side of the road and another utility installing its lines on the other side of the road. The average coverage for one of NextG's sites is it ranges depending on certain things like the types of trees, the terrain, the hills, the buildings, but as a general rule of thumb, the actual radius for a coverage of a site that's installed by NextG is about 1/4 to 1/2 mile radius. And as noted, these are very low power installations. The RF emissions that are coming out of these sites are, as has been stated multiple times, is less than 0.5% of the allowable standard. It's in fact so low that the equipment that's available for testing this type of RF emissions tests in a range of, the FCC sets, a standard of 1 to 100%, and the equipment is sensible from 1% to 600%. Our installations are in fact so low power that they don't even really register on commercially available equipment because it is so low. The application that NextG has made in Montecito is consistent with the county's Tier 1 proposal. The county itself has defined, unlike many other places in the country, the county itself has defined what it considers to be the least intrusive means for an installation. The facilities for Tier 1 are called in the county's code as very small facilities. NextG meets that definition. We've made an application that's consistent with it, and we believe, obviously, that these applications should be upheld. And with that being said, I'd like to sit down or make myself available for questions.
I have just a few, and we'll be asking you to answer questions later, probably when we get into this a little more fully. Do you know why your client picked a DOS system and you, rather than co-locate with Verizon, AT&T, and broadcast in, if you will, to the community?
Your question is why Metro PCS has selected a distributed antenna system? Well,
did they think it would be more positively received, perhaps? I think you raised that earlier. As
there are a number of there's a number of reasons, and I can't speak for my customer, obviously, on all of these matters. We're a public utility in our own right and deploying a project in our own right. But having said that, the system that NextG is providing, the DAS system, is a relatively new technology. It's been around for many years, but many of the traditional providers that you're thinking of, I'm assuming that you're thinking of, companies like Verizon Wireless, AT&T, T-Mobile, deployed macro sites, high-powered sites at a time that before this technology existed. So the choices available to a company like Metro PCS are far greater today than they were back in the 90s when many of the other companies made their deployments. Yes, it's generally accepted in many cases to be more visually attractive. There are also technical benefits. It's very low power, which in many cases addresses many of the concerns that the residents have. It allows for, because of the low power, it allows for effective reuse of frequencies because they only reach a certain distance, and so it's a much more efficient way to build a network.
Thank you. Commissioners, would you prefer to ask questions later or do this now?
No, I can ask one now. I've got one or two, maybe. I'm looking at the kind of little map of the community, and I realize that on this map we're only dealing with the 7 appeals. But right off the bat, it I don't know how this quite happened, whether the choice of the locations on this map were because of the particular appellants. But my question is, what is, if all of this is based on gaps and the need, because we've got supposed gaps for something that we don't even have here yet, why number 4, 6, and 3 in this really tight little cluster? There's this really tight little cluster around Middle Road and Hot Springs. Then we've got huge ranges of here. And does that indicate that your particular technology, in order to fill gaps, is ultimately down the line has to be placed this close together in order to fill your gaps? It's just confusing to me, because that would indicate, if what I'm proposing would indicate that we're going to see these all over the place, and that we only are dealing with 7 of the 13 today. It's kind of disconcerting to me. I think my personal opinion is we should be dealing with all of them today, but that's just my personal opinion. That's not how it's been set up.
Well, there's a lot there. Let me try to break that apart just a little bit. I'll answer the first question: is what is the design principle and why these locations? As I mentioned, the radius of a site is about 1/4 to 1/2 mile, and so they do tend to be very close together with one another. Throughout this whole Santa Barbara area, from Carpinteria up to Goleta, we have a total of about 140 of these proposed sites, and each jurisdiction has its own particular way of permitting them. the Tier 1 applications that NextG has made here to the county are just that. They're individual applications for approvals for poles, and 7 of those have been chosen to be appealed. So that's why we're looking at those 7 today. I will tell you that when NextG made its design up for this area, including Montecito, the primary criteria was to go out and find and locate existing utility poles in utility corridors. In other cases, NextG has proposed and built new poles in, for example, in underground areas or in areas where there aren't utility corridors, but that's not the design criteria in Montecito. This is entirely co-located on utility infrastructure where there are many other utilities on the pole. There's the cable company, the telephone company, the power company, and in many cases a third or fourth provider carrying other services. And so we're another one of those. We're another user in that same utility corridor.
What conclusions can we draw from Commissioner Gottstanker's point that those poles seem to be unusually close in that area? Why is that?
Do you mean that the actual utility, the spans between the utility poles are close?
Well, I understood what you said.
What I'm referring to, I'm sorry,
Go ahead.
is what I'm referring to is coverage. You've answered part of the question that in order for you to provide full coverage for your client, we would be expecting as a community to see your antennas every quarter to 1/2 a mile. That's what you're saying, because you just said the range is from 1/4 to 1/2 a mile.
Okay.
So if I were your client, I would be going, okay, what are you providing me with? Well, you're going to you would then, it would be said, to provide them with a map that would show that you could provide coverage throughout the 9 square mile area of Montecito, and the community would expect to see one of these antennas, a maximum of 1/2 a mile from each other, or as close as 1/4 each other, which means that I would have pink dots all over this map for you to deliver on your promise to your applicant or your client, MSG. Full coverage, closing the gap that now exists.
NextG, Commissioner, if I may, just correct another misunderstanding. NextG is not providing the entire coverage profile for Metro PCS. It's a significant part of it, but it is not the entire coverage profile.
Good.
So what we are proposing in Montecito, the 14 nodes, we believe today is going to satisfy what the needs are for our customer and for NextG today.
Okay.
What's the other technology that your client will rely on?
The large sites, the co-location sites.
So they're doing that as well?
Yeah, the on the peaks, and there's different ways to sort of look at it. DAS network, some call it an overlay system, some call it an underlay system, but it's meant to fill in very difficult areas that are where they're just like Montecito, where there are existing utility corridors, infrastructure capable of co-locating and sharing these poles, but avoids the need to come in with a new macro site and minimizes the need ultimately for carriers to propose those large sites.
Do you have a maximum load capacity for each node? Do you have so many customers, or is it inexhaustible? Assume you had your client or customer had every cellular customer in Montecito. Would the 14 poles and the co-located broadcast be enough, or do you need to keep getting new poles? And now we're down to 100 feet, something like that.
Right. Mr. Chairman, the question is, if I understand correctly, is how far are we going to go potentially in the community of Montecito? And I can tell you there's a couple different ways to answer that question. One is to give you the sort of theoretical, hypothetical answer, which is, I think, a good place to start because it provides what many would consider to be a worst-case scenario. NextG would consider it to be a best-case scenario. But, the hypothetical coverage for an area like Montecito would be if all 5 carriers were to join the system, would be 6 nodes per square mile. Now, that would be wonderful if NextG were to obtain that, from our perspective, obviously. But in reality, that's not going to happen because there are other ways that carriers have already used to cover the area. So it's a theoretical level that we believe unlikely to be reached. Now, I'll tell you that in some places, for example, up in the University of California, Santa Cruz, there are 4 carriers. Many of them share the same antennas, and it's a co-located system that, for many years on the hills of the campus of the University of California, Santa Cruz, they were unable to provide coverage, and this was a solution that was viewed today as being one of the, one of the great benefits to many of the students who now rely entirely on cellular phones for their coverage.
Can the equipment box be buried when you're trenching the fiber optic?
We are not proposing any trenching of fiber optic cables here. The fiber optic cables all follow the existing utility corridors, and will follow the utility pole is designed into 2 different ways to look at it. If you look at a utility pole from the top down, there's 4 different quadrants, and if you look at it vertically, there's other areas. The mid-level area is what's known as the comm space, the comm zone, and that's where companies that deploy fiber optic cables, cable television, low-powered, if powered at all, type of equipment is located. And for safety reasons, the power companies then put their facilities up at the top, and so all of our facilities are located in that comm zone. But there is no trenching proposed for these these nodes that I'm aware of.
Did anyone else hear trenching? I thought I did. No. No? Maybe not.
There is, if I may, Mr. Chairman, there is trenching in various different locations of NextG's network. And I'm going to look to my colleague. Are we trenching at any of these 7 nodes? None of these nodes that are at issue right now have any trenching involved. They're all attachments to existing infrastructure.
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Commissioner Idelson.
Thank you. Okay, now as I understand, your role is to work with government, work with commissions, and work with the public. Am I correct in?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
I oversee a department that does that, but yes.
Oh, closer to the mic. Okay. Now, one of the questions I have is, I understand you did, or your company came to the Montecito Association. Mm-hmm. I missed that particular presentation. But in respect to determining these locations, and when you worked on these locations, did you meet with the people in that area? In other words, the adjoining neighbors within 300 feet, and, it's front of their house and that sort of thing across the street from them. Did you go or issue a paper, a document that we're working in your neighborhood and we're considering putting up an antenna there, want to meet with you? Did you do any of that?
Well, let me walk you through the process that we've been through over the course of the past year, because it has been very extensive here in the county, and including the specific meetings in Montecito. We started with a first application letter introducing what we planned on doing in January of last year. We offered to the county to enter into a right-of-way use agreement, and we had a lot of discussions about that possibility. It was determined that it would make more sense to just apply under the code, and so we applied and gave notice as required under the Tier 1 process. In March, it was suggested by the county that we coordinate a special meeting with the Montecito Homes Association in order to, because of the particularities of the neighborhood and the community, and so we held that presentation, and Sharon James was the presenter there. I was not, and she could speak to that, but my understanding is that it was very well received when we came in March of last year and gave a general presentation about what we were planning on doing. And since then, I can walk you through many, many different steps, but there has been quite a lot of collaboration.
But you came up with separate permits for each of these locations, am I right?
Correct.
And with each of these permits, even though they were over-the-counter ministerial permits, I'm assuming from your answer that you did not meet with the adjoining neighbors or the neighbors that were closest to those locations of the antennas.
The county's code, if I may, Commissioner, the county's code does not require meetings with neighbors.
That isn't my question. I'm well aware
Mhm.
that you met your legal requirement. I'm looking at the social implications of a community.
Fair enough.
This Montecito is kind of a unique area that we have a homeowners association. People are quite proud of the residential character of the community. There's some special guidelines for it that follow. The Montecito Association passed a resolution about wanting to eliminate above-ground utilities and all this sort of thing. So, so just as we've had other agencies come through here, but we've had good communication, and that's my question is, and I think I already have the answer. You did not meet with the adjoining neighbors.
No, we did not, but we did meet with the Homes Association, and
I'm
that would
aware
be
of
the,
that.
but that would be the forum, in our view, for the Homes Association to ask for additional meetings if they were required. And I'll also add that the type of collaboration that we are, just to sort of distinguish, I think it's an important point of differentiation between what we're doing and what other carriers have done. SCE, Southern California Edison, when they make an installation of a transformer, when they add or take out a junction box, when the telephone company changes its lines and does different activities on poles, you're even replacing an entire pole. Our understanding from practice and based on our review of public records requests, interviews with local community members, none of those companies have anywhere near the type of interaction that NextG has already had in the community of Montecito or elsewhere.
But this is a new game in town that you're bringing in, and that's my point. But I do know for a fact that many other areas, I happen to know an area in the city of San Diego where they did interact with the public, and as a result of such, the antennas were moved around to areas of more desirable locations for the residents and such, where they wouldn't be visible. They would, and they took care of those matters. I'm just trying to look at your public relations and the way you operate with the community. That was what I was pursuing.
Okay.
Commissioner Gottsnecker? Oh, you done? Thank you.
And tagging on to that, I have a question. How many nodes, as you call them, did you not have been installed or partially installed in Montecito that you did not need county approval for? I mean, my understanding is that that it was possible for your company to go directly to Caltrans and put them in Caltrans right-of-ways, and then there was no review either by the county, either at Tier 1 or Tier 4. You just used the right-of-ways, and which then kind of preempted having to meet with the homeowners or meet with the community or even meet with the county. How many of those are there in this community?
There's, I think, a couple questions there. One is one of jurisdiction, if I may.
I'm not talking about jurisdiction. It's an absolutely very simple question. How many nodes have been installed by NextG in the right-of-way, in Caltrans right-of-way, in which you did not need to bring them forward either to the county or to the community? It's a number. How many?
And that you're asking for the number in Montecito?
In Montecito.
Do you know, Heidi? It's the total amount of nodes that the NextG is installed on Caltrans right-of-way is, I believe, 10? 11 nodes?
11.
And that's throughout the corridor from Carpinteria up to Goleta. And so our estimate, we would have to look
my
through
staff
this.
is actually saying it's not 11.
Not 11 in Montecito. I just wanted to clarify, and I think
One or two.
I think
Correct,
you were
that's
going to
right.
continue
Of
on
the
and
11
clarify.
in that entire corridor, we're estimating right now that 2 would be in Montecito.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mr. Overall.
Mr. Ryan, I asked staff this morning a question, and since you raised it again, it's just a question of not understanding something. You indicated that you are a joint owner of the poles, and that you've purchased an interest in that pole. The poles were existent before you bought an interest in it. So did they your money get divided up and some get rebated to Southern California Edison? I mean, how did that purchase work?
The purchasing mechanism works through a 100-year-old, it's about a 110-year-old organization called the Southern California Joint Pull Committee. In order to be a member of the Southern California Joint Pull Committee, you have to be a certificated public utility and meet various different criteria. It's a clearinghouse essentially for purchasing interests in polls. It's almost like an escrow agent by analogy, in that when each poll has a base, what's known as is a defined term as a base owner. Most of the polls in this case, the base owner is Southern California Edison, but there are other owners on that poll that have purchased various different interests in it. When NextG, for example, makes an application to become an owner of that poll, it goes through a process through this clearinghouse that then apportions the cost of the poll, and the cost of the poll overall, and then attributes a portion of the section that NextG is buying into, and then NextG writes a check that's distributed to the other owners of the poll, and then we jointly own that poll, just like a property of any kind in many ways.
That's helpful. Where I was going with it, and I would like you to verify it if you can, I raised the example this morning. If I had a pole on my property and I wanted to underground it, I don't know what the mechanism is. I know people have done it. If I wanted to underground it, is the price that it would cost me to underground the pole going to be more once NextG has co-located on that pole than it would have been before they located on the pole?
I don't know that I can answer that question exactly. I can tell you that the undergrounding provisions are, again, another heavily regulated area under what's known as, for poles that are owned by utilities, it's a rule called Rule 20. It's a very extensive process that requires separate environmental review. There's a lot of costs associated with that, and there's different categories of Rule 20. The version of Rule 20 that you're referring to is a relatively rare kind of Rule 20, because it's where the property owner makes a decision, but it still has to fall within a certain process and procedure and go through formal hearings. There's a joint trench that's generally part of that process. All utilities are required, including NextG, to sit down with each other and coordinate with whoever the lead agency is for that Rule 20 undergrounding project, and agree to a plan and to attribute the costs. Generally, when a joint trench is made, there are, it's a trench dug in the ground. There's numerous conduits that are placed in, and as part of that process, it's determined how many extra conduits you should be built in to accommodate future growth. It's a collaborative process. NextG would be part of it. We're obligated to be part of it, and I don't know if that's really answered your question, other than to say that we would definitely be part of that process with the other utilities, and would be obligated to follow it.
Where I'm headed with this, and I think you may have answered the question just by dint of what you indicated the process entails. But what I'm trying to determine is whether or not we are erecting additional barriers to a stated goal of the community, which is the eventual undergrounding of utilities in our community. If we are creating an additional financial barrier to that, I'd like to be aware of it. And thus far, I'm not certain that I know the answer to that question.
Yeah, NextG is another utility on that pole, no question. The more difficult question to answer is, what is the marginal value? What is the marginal additional cost? And I would suggest that it's very low.
Okay. I have one other. It's not really rhetorical, but I guess it is a little bit of a rhetorical question. It goes to the question of when is enough enough? I mean, how many carriers, how many cell services does a community like Montecito need? We apparently do not have the ability to say, no, we're not going to take on additional carriers. But you're in the industry. Has anybody dealt with that issue?
Oh, boy, wow, that's a question. I split my time as an academic in the field, and I teach at the University of Colorado Boulder, and I was the department head of the telecommunications program. So this is a topic that I could go on quite a bit about. I won't do that today, but I will tell you that in 2006, the number of wireless phone numbers exceeded the amount of landline phone numbers, and that's a trend that's continuing. There are new licenses that have been issued to wireless entities that have not yet been built out. There will be more companies like Metro PCS that are going to come to Montecito. And so from a policy perspective, I would propose that the better approach is to come up with a strategy that embraces rather than fights that trend. And we obviously believe that we have a solution that is collaborative, and we want to continue to deepen that relationship. We want to come back to you with more sites. We're not here to tell you. We're not going to make a statement that we're never going to be back. We'd like to be back, and we want to deepen that relationship. But in answer to your rhetorical question, I would say that we're very much in the infancy of wireless, the wireless deployment, and it's going to continue to come. And we hope to be part of that here in Montecito.
Mr. Ryan, thank you. We're going to ask you to, of course, you're not going to be leaving.
Of course
you'll
not.
want to see how that comes out, I'm sure. We're going to take some public comment, but we'd like to ask you questions later if we
That's
could.
terrific. Thank you.
Thank you for your
very
testimony.
much.
Appreciate it. All right. Request to stretch for a few minutes, but only a few, and we'll be right back, okay? We have just heard from the applicant, and we're going to proceed as Ms. Black directs us, and she's about to direct us now.
Mr. Chair, thank you. So I've conferred with both the applicant and the appellant's representative, and I think we've all agreed that the best way for the commission to proceed, assuming you agree, is to read all the items into the record. So we'd read the other 6 permit items or permit appeals into the record, and then we would start taking public testimony. And as each speaker comes up, if they could tell us if they're speaking generally to all 7 appeals or to specific appeals, and if they are addressing specific appeals, which one, that would be really helpful. We'll go through all of the public comments and make sure everybody has the opportunity to speak their mind on the appeals. Then we'll go back and receive rebuttal from both the appellant and the applicant, and then the commission will deliberate and take action on each one separately.
Excellent.
Does that make
Agreed?
sense? Is everybody okay with that?
Very good.
Okay. So David will read them.
Very good. And Ms. Lowry, is it? Yeah. When a speaker comes up and identifies an appeal they're interested in, would you be able to pull it up so we can visually see it? Thank you very much. Monsieur.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Starting with item number 5. Following is the request of Susan Basham of Price, Postel, and Parma, LLP, on behalf of the named appellants to consider the appeal, case number 09-APL 35, appeal filed on December 15, 2009, of the Director's decision to approve 09-CDP 55, and acknowledge that the California Public Utilities Commission is the appropriate agency for CEQA compliance on this project, and the California Public Utilities Commission filed a notice of exemption on July 20, 2009, pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act sections 15061B3, 15301B, 15301C, 15302C, and 15304F.
Mr. Chair, can we do this and save Mr. Villalobos by just reference to the agenda?
I think we need this in the record. Do we? I do. I think we, yep.
I appreciate the thought.
You're suggesting he's not done yet? Yeah, he's going to, okay.
Item number 6. The following is a hearing on the request of Susan Basham of Price Post El Parma, LLP, on behalf of named appellants to consider the appeal, case number 09-APL36, appeal filed on December 15, 2009, of the Director's decision to approve 09-LUP 317, and acknowledged that the California Public Utilities Commission is the appropriate agency for CEQA compliance on this project, and the California Public Utilities Commission filed a notice of exemption on July 20, 2009, pursuant to California Environmental Quality Act sections 15061B3, 15301B, 15301C, 15302C, and 15304F. Item number 7. The following is the hearing on...
Excuse me, David. Mr. Overall's suggestion is more and more compelling as you go on. Council, is there a way to incorporate by reference some of this?
Mr. Chair, what I would suggest, maybe to shorten it, is perhaps he could shorten the description slightly and not list all of the CEQA sections and just give the first maybe. So just shorten it to maybe the first
Thank you
half.
very much.
Okay. Number 7. Thank you. The following is the hearing on the request of Susan Basham of Price Post El Parma, LLP, on behalf of named appellants to consider the appeal, case number 09-APL37, appeal filed on December 15, 2009, of the Director's decision to approve 09-CDP, that should be 53. Item number 8. The following is a request of Susan Basham of Price Post El Parma, LLP, on behalf of named appellants to consider the appeal, case number 09-APL38, appeal filed on December 15, 2009, of the Director's decision to approve 09-LUP 319. Item number 9. The following is the request of Susan Basham of Price Post El Parma, LLP, on behalf of named appellants to consider the appeal, case number 09-APL39, appeal filed on December 15, 2009, of the Director's decision to approve 09-CDP 52. And last one, item number 10. The following is the request on the hearing. The following is the hearing on the request of Susan Basham of Price Post El Parma, LLP, on behalf of named appellants to consider the appeal, case number 10-APL 1, appeal filed on January 14, 2010, of the Director's decision to approve 09-LUP 381.
Well done. Good job, David. Thank you. We are now in the record as to each of the appeal items. I would like to invite the named appellants to, if you don't mind, lining up and making your comments if you wish. You're obviously in the record. And then we'll move on to other interested parties. Yeah. And please identify who you are and which, very important, which appeal you're speaking to.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Carla Thompson, and I moved to the extraordinary city 15 years ago from South Africa with my family.
Pardon me, Ms. Thompson. Can you identify which appeal number it would
214 Middle Road.
Okay, we're going to get that up on the screen. We're going to take a look at that. This is, okay, thank you very much. Here we go. Okay. Please continue.
We chose Montecito for its natural beauty, great schools, and strong sense of community. It's this very community that is elected to preserve the rural magnificence of the neighborhood, together with the help of an organization like you. We bought our home 15 years ago at 214 Middle Road, which at that time was a major investment for us. Both curb appeal and the view from the inside of the house were things that we took into consideration. We're now faced with suddenly having an ugly antenna box, or perhaps, I believe, boxes, on a pole and wire directly outside our home. Our living room and large dining room bay windows look directly onto this antenna. This also affects the north-facing bedroom, and this devalues our property greatly. I realize that NextG is in the business of making money and improving some cell phone services, but they've shown little concern for this community. It's apparent that they have no concern for this community and no regard for where they position these cell phone antennas, as shown by the choice of the home at 214 Middle Road. These wires have been left hanging from the pole up since the 23rd of December, as you see in this photograph. I believe I passed these photographs round. I took this photograph from inside our dining room, sitting down on a dining room chair. I did this to show the vantage point from this view. I speak for myself as a terribly concerned resident and use my home as just one example. But this really affects the whole community and all of Montecito in the same way. And I implore that you will uphold the appeals and continue to do the great work in protecting our beautiful area. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
I'm speaking on behalf of the same property, 214 Middle Road. My name's Sean Thompson, and my wife and I have owned our home for 14 years. For us, our home is our refuge, our greatest asset, and a wonderful source of enjoyment. We chose to move here because of the beauty and unique character, the mountain and ocean vistas, the great variety of trees, the absence of streetlights and sidewalks, the carved wooden road signs, and the distinctively semi-rural character. And we appreciate all the work the members of the Montecito Association and the Planning Commission have done to preserve that character. I'm here today to voice my concerns over the planned NextG network throughout Montecito and specifically at my address. NextG wants to erect an antenna on an electrical pole right outside my front door. The proposed wireless antenna will be an eyesore, visible from our dining room and other rooms in our home, and to anyone walking through the neighborhood. And I believe this eyesore and the associated agglomeration of wires and boxes will really depreciate the value of our homes. We don't want to see our neighborhood's unique, beautiful character ruined by unsightly boxes and antennas and depreciate all the homes in our area. Why should we have to suffer financial hardships and have the beauty of our neighborhood diminished because NextG wants to boost their bottom line? Just to appeal this process for one pole outside my home has already cost me $603. Multiply that by 38 for all these antennas that NextG wants to elect throughout Santa Barbara, and that's over $25,000. Also, will these antennas not open the door to Verizon, AT&T, and a multitude of other cell phone carriers? We could have antennas sprouting through Montecito like a fungus. In addition, as a property owner of the earth on which the electrical pole stands, we were never approached about granting NextG easement rights. According to NextG's legal response to our appeal, we, as the property owners, are the only one with proper standing as an aggrieved party to complain of such a violation. And let this letter be added to the record that we are complaining of this violation. Honorable Chairman and Commission members, I urge you to follow the lead of the Montecito Association and many concerned Montecito residents, and please uphold this appeal. It is within your power to uphold this appeal on aesthetic grounds, and I respectfully implore you to do so. Thanks for your patience, and I sincerely hope you do the right thing for our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
I will be addressing all appeals. Chair and members of the Commission, thank you so much for having this forum for our community to address some very serious, troubling issues.
Mr. Van Dynwick, would you identify yourself, please?
Next step. I'm Peter Van Dynwick. I'm president of the Montecito Association, and I courteously mention here at this point that I think the planning staff was not and is not fully aware of the impact of the word aesthetic on the Montecito community. The actual mission statement of the Montecito Association says that our job is to protect, preserve, and enhance the semi-rural character, and that's a key word that'll be coming up here in what I have, of the wonderful community we have of the Montecito neighborhoods. And if you drive anywhere in our community, you turn right or left off of any main road, you've got to be taken in by the beauty of our community. You have folks proud of their walls and their driveways, their gardens, their front and backyards, and thanks to you, most of the time, of their buildings. But what's interesting about our community also is the fact that our concerns on aesthetics go beyond our property lines. They go into the infrastructure, i.e. roads, paths, trails, ways, byways, and lanes. The fact is that if you just drive around, you'll notice right away we're devoid of sidewalks. We're devoid of curbs. We have 2-lane roads. They wind and they're narrow. And this is interesting because it's captured in the Montecito Community Plan, which dates 15 years before today. And I'll just read goal LUM2, and there's some 2 key words here. To preserve, the goal is to preserve roads as important aesthetic elements that help to define the semi-rural character of the community. In other words, the aesthetics of the roads are in the definition of what we are. And coincidentally, interestingly, if you look down at the policy, it says, and there's a special meaning to this sentence, bear with me, priority for undergrounding of utilities should be given to the following roadways in order of priority, and boy is this ironic, San Ysidro Road, East Valley Road, Lower Hot Springs Road, and Olive Mill Road. You notice that they didn't even choose to address the fact that utilities should be undergrounded. This established priorities. There's an assumption made here 15 years ago that this community would not be impacted by these cables and lines and what have you that have impacted our community. The Montecito Association itself in December reiterated a long-held policy that was mentioned already, and I'll read one sentence from that. It's on page 9 in your appeals packet. The Montecito Association affirms its long-range support for the elimination of overhead utilities. And sadly, we're at a crossroads right now. I cannot believe that if these permits go through, that our community will be faced with thousands of feet of new fiber optic cables. We're at a crossroads because, as you can see, our goals have remained constant for the last 15 years. We want to eliminate overhead utilities. With the advent of this happening, it's going to be quantumly more difficult to accomplish that, just that. And the folks here from NextG, I think, would have to agree that it's going to make it more difficult the more these kinds of lines go up in our community. Therefore, I ask you, as custodians of this wonderful community we have, that you will preserve, protect, and enhance the beauty of our wonderful community, and remember that the word aesthetic permeates everything about us. So I ask you to uphold the appeal, and I appreciate very much your efforts in that regard. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Susan Fuhrer, and that's 619 Park Lane.
Susan, could you pull the mic down?
Yes. Is that good? Yes. Okay. I'm here today to voice my concerns over the NextG network, both as a longtime resident of Montecito and as an adjacent property owner to the pole located on Park Lane. We chose to move here several years ago because of the unique character of Montecito. We appreciate all of the work the members of the Montecito Association and the Planning Commission have done to preserve that character. We do not want to see that ruined by unsightly boxes and antennas that we would have to look at every day. In addition, we are concerned that our property value will drop by at least 10%, similar to what has happened in other cities. As an adjacent property owner, we were never approached about granting NextG easement rights. According to NextG, we are the only ones with the proper standing as an aggrieved party to complain of such a violation. And let this be added to the record that we are complaining of the violation On these grounds, allow your honorable chairman and commission members and the MPC must uphold the appeal for the Park Lane site. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you.
Can I ask, I'd like to ask a question.
Sure.
Yeah.
Ma'am, would you mind returning? We have a question for you. Thank you very much. Commissioner Gottsteiner.
Yeah, in your comments, you mentioned, I think you gave a percentage of 8 to 10% reduction of property values as in other areas.
Yes, and I don't have that information with me right now, but I could get it for you.
Oh, so you do have actual, I was going to ask the Next G people the same
Yeah.
question. So you actually do have black and white information where something like this has been installed and it has impacted the property values?
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah,
You're
if
welcome.
you could, you don't necessarily need to provide it to me, but would you provide it at some point in time when it's convenient to you, to staff,
To
the county?
yes,
Yeah.
I certainly will.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you too.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Brett Matthews. I'm supportive of all the appeals. I'm currently a member of the Montecito Union School Board, and as you said, Montecito is a unique community, including the fact that our school is funded solely by, primarily 90% of the school is funded by property taxes. So we spend a lot of time as we look at our budget and impact on housing values and what can happen and either be detrimental or positive to housing values. And we're appreciative of this commission and how much time and energy you take on preserving the aesthetics, and I think there is some specific information how this can reduce property taxes as well as just common sense too. If we see 5 loop-de-loops, and maybe they're not loop-de-loops with all due respect, but 5 boxes, this being the smallest one perhaps, but if there's 5 boxes on the sides of these poles and maybe there's hundreds and hundreds of these poles, if that were in front of your house and you're going to look to purchase a house, you'd probably either maybe turn the other way or it would be reduced. So the impact of this from property value standpoint is not certainly on the individual, but it's also on our school community. I do like the fact that Mr. Ryan suggested that because this is an emerging time of potential explosion in this, that it is time to maybe take a step back and look at our policies and work with companies like NextG in creating that kind of policy. And I do hope that as a collaborative process, I'm hopeful of that. However, in certain public meetings, I've heard threats of lawsuits. That doesn't seem quite collaborative. So hopefully we can take a time to step back and look at a policy, really assess this as a T4, T1. But this is coming, and if this were going to explode through the community, it's very much against power lines under, and we're concerned about that. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Chairman and members of the board. Abe Powell again. I wanted to speak to 2 particular issues at this time, which is one earlier, Commissioner Overall had asked some questions about potential issues with undergrounding, and in the undergrounding utility districts of the county code, section 34-6, exceptions to undergrounding requirements, and 34-7, same enumerated generally. Section F says that antennae, associated equipment, and supporting structures used by a utility for furnishing communication devices are exempt from undergrounding requirements, which may complicate the matters as you were asking. So that's the code section that we refer to in that particular case. And the second point is the issue of co-location. Now, when we're talking about integrating industry or corporate structure into certain kinds of zoning areas, there's always the issue of compatibility. What can you co-locate in a way that is symbiotic, synergetic, as opposed to antithetical? Now, in this case, the approach has been that this idea that they will co-locate antenna facilities in residential communities. We think this is a big mistake, this approach. What the co-location approach should have been to co-locate with existing telecommunications infrastructure. So we have towers in places that we've already approved. We have cell sites throughout the community in places where we have negotiated a location already. And to have to start over like this and have to start over at what they're saying, 6 potential sites per square mile, and we got 9 square miles, that's a lot of sites. And that's only if there's one carrier. And so we don't want to have to negotiate that kind of co-location into a residential neighborhood. The kind of co-location we want to see is smart co-location. Put the new infrastructure where we've already designated appropriate sites for that type of use. And if we can do that, we can move forward. And we'd like to be, cooperative as possible. But that's the kind of co-location we'd like to see, not this nest these facilities next to people's houses and their schools and their playgrounds, because that's just inappropriate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Powell.
Hi. Cindy Feinberg, and a couple, I guess, administrative questions for you. I have some general topics I wanted to discuss, and then I also wanted to talk about specifics for a couple of the different sites. So how would you like me to handle that? Can I just talk about the whole thing?
Why don't you go ahead and as quickly as you can, and we'll see how it comes out.
That's dangerous for me, because I say so quickly, you might not be able to keep up with me. But okay, thank you. First of all, before I go into what I've prepared here today, I just wanted to address a couple of issues that have come up. And I do want to thank NextG for their, I do think there's some concern for the community in providing service, and I want to thank staff for all the time and energy you've put into this. I don't think we don't want this to be us against you. We really want this to be a win-win situation that works for the entire community, that we understand the future. We understand the need for wireless communication, but we want to figure out the best situation. And I think that just really builds upon what several people have said here today, but looking at the co-location of existing sites. And what raised a question in my mind when we keep talking about that, and then we keep saying, well, does that really work because we need to fulfill a need? I know that I come from a corporate background. I appreciate fulfilling a need. But I keep questioning what that need is, because everyone in Montecito has service right now between Verizon and AT&T and Nextel, et cetera. Is it Metro PCS's need, or is it the consumer's need? I asked the staff, have we been getting a lot of letters from residents in Montecito asking for better coverage and more service? We may have that in the future. I don't debate that. But right now, if we can address the concerns of providing service, I know that there is a gap of service for Metro PCS. I am fully aware of that term and what that means from all of the meetings we've had thus far. But if we can fulfill your need to provide service and do it at a co-located site that already exists, I think we have our answer. But since I prepared a speech, I'll go ahead anyways. One point I did want to make, and I'll get a little specific here. NextG, I read the report from NextG, and I saw that they claim that, can you hear me okay? That Section 7901 of the CPU, California Public Utilities Code, grants telephone corporations an absolute right to deploy their telephone lines in the public rights-of-way throughout the state. We understand that. But when considering the argument by NextG, we have to keep in mind that the county still has control. And I quote, "The California Constitution gives the city authority to regulate local aesthetics, and neither PUC 7901 nor PUC 7901.1 divested of that authority." And there is precedent set in the state of California in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals under the Sprint versus Palos Verdes and Sprint versus County of San Diego. So, to go back to what Megan originally said, if we decide we really do have an aesthetic issue, we need to prove that issue. And well, first of all, do we have the right to say that's an issue? And I think we all agree that we do. And then we need to find substantial evidence that proves that there is an aesthetic issue. I think that's really the key, is substantial evidence. So I'm going to go into a couple of specifics for you right now. Okay, let's look now. I'm getting to the specific sites. And I'm sorry, I don't have the numbers with me. But Park Lane is the first site I wanted to talk about. The Montecito Community Plan includes action VIS M-1-31 that says that county should initiate procedures to designate East Valley Road as a state scenic highway. In addition, the park recreation trails maps of the comprehensive plan show a proposed on-road trail that comes from the east along East Valley and goes up Park Lane. Finally, as everyone knows here in this room that knows Montecito, Park Lane is considered a particular scenic because of the eucalyptus trees and the mountain views. So therefore, we need to consider this when we're looking at putting antennas on that road and on that at that site. In regards to the site at 453 Sheffield between North Jameson and East Valley is also very scenic and is designated as a secondary roadway. Immediately opposite that site is land designated by the Montecito Commission Plan land use element as recreation and/or open space and the Piquet Creek Sheffield Drive Trail. The visual effects of NextG's facilities would render it inconsistent with goal VIS M2 of the Montecito Community Plan, which states you need to protect public and private open space as an integral part of the community's semi-rural character and encourage its retention. Now we move to Middle Road, the 214 Middle Road. It is apparent that the antenna would be placed within a relatively densely populated residential area of lots ranging from 1/4 to 1 acre in size. Given the location of this site, it's close to Coast Village Road, an alternate site away from the residents warrants consideration. That was one of the issues addressed earlier by Megan Lowry of looking at alternative sites. In regard to the site at Olive Mill and 11 Oaks, Olive Mill is designated as a secondary roadway under the circulation element and serves as an important connector between primary roads in Montecito. There are a lot of residents in close proximity to the facilities. An alternate location within the adjacent commercially zoned area also warrants consideration. Now, just in general, I think the crux of the issue here is really the quality of Montecito. And I applaud the Montecito Association and the Montecito Planning Commission for all that you've done over the years to preserve our special gem of a community. I think we've all talked about this. You know, we've worked long and hard. Character does matter. There are very few communities left in America today that have succeeded in maintaining this semi-rural character, and I challenge NextG to find very many that are as unique as Montecito. We take pride in not having streetlights and are concerned over anything that might change our community, including hotels. The Miramar still has yet to be built, and condos, and most recently sidewalks on San Ysidro Road. Yes, we do fight about sidewalks. So cell antennas, I really think, need to be put in perspective as far as our community character. So I say to NextG, our arguments based on aesthetics are not absurd. They are based on a long history of character preservation. You know, people move to Montecito from around the country, my family being one of them, and around the world, and they're willing to pay a premium to live here. And it's because of that, the character of the community, that they're willing to pay that premium. We do not have strip malls and subdivisions. We do not want unsightly cell antenna boxes and heavy fiber optic cable weighing down our community. We are not Main Street USA. We are Montecito, and we are proud, and we are very proud of what all of you have accomplished for us. We urge you to uphold the appeal.
Thank you. Will there be any other speakers?
It's not just any public.
Yes. Yeah, come on up.
Hi, thanks. I'm Karen Still, and I'm regarding all the appeals here. Basically, I think you guys need to help establish some kind of restrictive guidelines for location of these antennas and nodes. We've heard that this is definitely not the end of the requests. There will be more sites for sure in the future, and so somehow something needs to be done to establish this. Perhaps the antennas won't be placed always on the exact same pole, but they're going to be somewhere where that coaxial already exists. So it's going to be the next pole or the next pole, the way that that other presenter sort of showed. You're going to end up with a lot all in the same area, and this is obviously not aesthetically pleasing. These issues, as was stated, were based, how did they choose these sites? They were based on where existing utility poles were, but they were not based on proximity to homes or any other considerations. From what I can see, there was nothing about, oh, look, that's going to be right there in some neighbor's view. many of the sites I have seen, there are open spaces that are much better locations, but yet I don't see the company making any effort to consider that. So they didn't work with the neighbors and the property owners here. And I think that's what we need to help establish. If there are better sites, there definitely are. And moving them away from homes where it's not going to affect the aesthetics so much to that neighborhood is, I think, very important. I wouldn't consider that there was any collaboration. I've seen a site where they've put it literally 10 feet away from a home when there was an open space, 100 feet farther away from all the homes in the area. And how did they pick that one site, versus going to the next telephone pole? So there was no working with the neighborhood or anything. And that's what we're asking as property owners is to work with us on this. Okay. I believe one of the things that you guys can use maybe as a criteria to help reestablish some of these nodes is the criteria of the least intrusive means. And we could say, well, the least intrusive for me as a property owner is not to have this right here by my window, but look, there's an open space down there, and that's less intrusive for all of us. So maybe that's the one thing. I feel like you guys are looking for the power somehow of moving these sites, and so far that it seems like that hands are tied right now. And yet I think that might be one way to say, look, that's less intrusive for all of us to help work with this and move these sites some. And then use that somehow to create these provisions of so that other antenna companies and the whole thing doesn't blow out of proportion there. So I'm asking you to uphold these appeals and work with NextG to work in collaboration with the property owners and to move these nodes to open spaces away from homes and in areas that hopefully don't have the impact of aesthetics on us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica Powell, and I'll be speaking to all of the appeals collectively. I'm a Montecito resident. I live within a couple hundred yards of one of the proposed sites. It's also a couple hundred yards from my daughter's elementary school. And as has been mentioned here, it seems that there's this issue about NextG being beholden to doing what the least intrusive thing is here. And it really seems to me that the least intrusive thing they could do would be to co-locate with existing telecommunications infrastructure, not to co-locate with power poles that are next to our homes and next to our children's schools and playgrounds. That doesn't actually seem to be the least intrusive thing here. And especially considering that cell coverage in Montecito is actually fine. I mean, there's not really a huge problem with cell coverage in Montecito. We don't actually need Metro PCS. We didn't actually invite them into our community. And we certainly don't need it if it involves the creation of a whole new type of telecommunications infrastructure. So, NextG is a big corporation, Metro PCS is a big corporation. They don't live in our community. You'll understand that of course they aren't terribly concerned about their antennas being an aesthetic blight in our neighborhoods. They're not probably that worried about our property values. And I know we're not supposed to talk about health, but I have 2 little kids. I have to. Maybe they don't find this issue quite as dire as I do, in terms of protecting my children's health. So, they'll come in, they'll make their profit, they'll move on. But the people who really care, the people who this really does affect, that's us. That's the people here in this room. It's the people whose names are on your speaker slips. And, we live in this community, and we need you to be our official voice here. And we need you to help establish a precedent that it's our community that should get to decide where these antennas go in. We're not saying that no cell antennas can ever go in. We're just simply saying that we need to have some say as to where they go in, because it's us they affect, right? And some of these proposed sites, honestly, they're really egregious. I mean, it's kind of hard to imagine worse places for some of these sites. So I'm just asking you to really carefully think about this and to stop this before it's too late. If the proliferation of cell phones and cell antennas, as has been suggested here, really is inevitable, let's pause here, now. Maybe revisit the county telecommunications ordinance, which in my understanding has not been revised for 15 years, and make it a little more appropriate to the different kinds of technology that we have now and to the proliferation of cell phone use. I think now's the time to do that before we open the floodgates to this new development. So I ask you to please uphold the appeals, and I thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for hearing our comments. My name is Christy Powell. I've lived in Montecito quite nearly all of my life. My grandchildren live there now. I feel really uncomfortable with the way these telecommunication mechanisms are being foisted upon us. We're told that these teeny tiny devices will have very little health or visual impact. However, I suspect that once this first company gets its foot in the door, every other telecommunication company will realize that it's experiencing a gap in coverage, and we will have no grounds for slowing a massive proliferation of harmful, ugly devices. The representative, I'm sorry, I don't have your name, for NextG says that there are regulations which will limit the number of devices which can be affixed to any given pole, but we don't know what those regulations are or that they will stand when the telecommunications company decide that they have some gaps that need closing. I feel that before we unwittingly consent to this proposal, we learn something more about the safeguards that we might possibly have as a community. And for the time being, I ask that you please uphold this appeal. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Bruce McCaig. I lived here all my life, and for the sake of the Montecito people, I won't spend much time because this is their dollar. But I'm from Rancho San Antonio development, and we have one of these going up in our neighborhood on my property. And we have sent 350 letters to oppose this, and here we are today doing the appeals. You're going to be hearing from us next. But I wanted to just offer these. There were a couple questions that I heard, and it had to do about putting these lines underground. And after the paint fire, which burned most of our homes in our Rancho San Antonio district, we tried to put the wires underground. And I had a neighbor who spent 2 years of his life going to meetings, county meetings, Edison meetings, Cox Cable meetings. All these different utility companies have some sort of say-so in this, and it was very difficult. He said he wasted his life, wasted 2 years, and no result came of that. So one more thing is with the NextG is going to add more complication to doing that. Furthermore, I had an Edison representative come out, and he was under the impression that even if we did put these lines underground, that NextG would have the right to maintain that pole because they have ownership in that pole. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Seeing no more speakers, I will close public comment, and we will have the appellant rebuttal. Ms. Basham, will you be doing that?
Thank you, Chair Phillips. I have only a couple of points to make. I listened to the NextG presentation, and I made notes while Mr. Ryan was talking, and so these really reflect on my response to his comments while he was making them, and I do appreciate the candor of his remarks. I think it's fair to say that 5 antennas and 5 equipment boxes per site is the reasonably foreseeable future for this particular network. NextG itself doesn't know how many additional sites it may need, but even if we put that question aside and look only at these sites, we're looking at the implication of 5 antennas and 5 equipment boxes per site. So if this were not being designed for 5 antennas, we could believe his statement that there really is a very, very limited impact here. But once it's designed for 5, I think we have to expect that there will be 5. The question was asked, how far will they need to go in the community? And I believe his answer was all 5 carriers would be 6 nodes per square mile. And that, by my math, is 72 sites in a 9 square mile area. And Commissioner Gottsniker pointed to one cluster, and that cluster represents essentially the model. Why we don't yet see them throughout the community, why we aren't seeing that same proliferation yet, may have to do with NextG's planning, but it doesn't have to do with the basic principle here, which is they need to be a quarter of a mile to a half a mile apart to be able to provide complete coverage. And even though, for instance, Metro PCS wants to use some other system to provide part of their coverage, in fact, if someone wanted to use only a DOS system and not rely on the existing cell towers or other kinds of deployment, they would be talking about that kind of coverage, a quarter to a half a mile throughout the community. But the real issue here, I think, and I will just go back and summarize, is the fact that we are not looking at the system as a whole. I mean, all of the questions here today and the comments made by members of the public really have to do with the fact that if the NextG had come in with a system and had been processed as a Tier 4 permit application for a system, for a network, which this is, then we would be looking at alternative sites. That would have been part of the review up to this point. They wouldn't have gotten to this point with permit A, permit B, permit C, site A, site B, and site C without ever being caused to sit down and say, is there an alternative to A? And what if you move A, how does it affect B? And if you move B, how does it affect C? That's what's lacking here. You're being asked to look at these individual antennas without any sense of what the overall impact is. But you can understand from members of the community that there is indeed an overall impact. It's present and it's future, and that is the reason we're asking you to uphold the appeals and deny the permits. Thank you.
Thank you. The applicant's rebuttal period.
Thank you. Patrick Ryan on behalf of NextG Networks. I have a few statements in rebuttal to the comments, and I'm hoping that there's still an opportunity for question and answer, and we'll be able to engage in that dialogue still. There's a couple of things that are somewhat recurring. I don't plan on going through every single appeal, but there's some overarching themes that I believe are worth addressing. For example, the question of undergrounding and the fiber has been repeatedly brought up here, yet the fiber is not before the commission today. The fiber has been approved, it's permitted, and for the most part is built. What is at appeal right now are the 7 locations for single antennas, and I hope that the commission please keeps that in mind, because it's a relatively narrow issue, and there's a lot of broader issues about floodgates and other overarching concerns. But what's before you today are 7 appeals for 7 single antennas. The process for putting utilities like NextG, like Southern California Edison and Verizon and Time Warner and Cox and any telecommunications company on notice of intent of what a community plan is by passing an ordinance and by designating underground districts and by designating scenic corridors. In the case of Montecito, there's without question it's a beautiful community, and there's a lot of stated preferences for how the homeowners association and others would like the community to be. But the published process does not include right now an underground district. It does not include scenic corridors. And NextG has, as I mentioned, if you look at this pole that's up on the wall right now, there's a number of different carriers on it. I don't purport to know each of them, but if you look at the top, there's electrical wires, there are transformers, there is what appears to be other equipment hanging from fiber optic cables that are not NextG's, but that belong probably to the cable provider, to the telephone company, and to many other companies that are clearly using these utility poles. And based on our review, none of them have consulted or spent any time making a presentation before the home association, working with county, developing a process to this extent that is so public. And so, to the extent that there's a concern about our interaction with the community, I would suggest that we're considerably more open and transparent than what many of these other utilities have undertaken in the community. And I think I'll just leave it at that, and I'll be available for any questions that may arise.
Thank you, Mr. Ryan. Any questions of Mr. Ryan? Commissioner Overall.
I'm having some difficulty understanding the issue of coverage. I understand that for NextG, you don't have coverage, but you're not providing the cell service. You're providing the infrastructure for a carrier. I may be using the wrong terms, but and so I'm having a little difficulty in seeing why some of these regulations apply to you. I can understand why they might apply to your ultimate customer. But if I understood you correctly, you're not providing the entire infrastructure for them in any event in Santa Barbara County. Is that a correct statement?
That's absolutely correct.
So it theoretically is possible they could find some other technology to provide coverage for them in Montecito that would not involve the kind of technology that you provide. Is that a correct statement?
That is, in a theoretical, hypothetical sense, that is a correct statement. Although I would say that NextG is like many other utility companies, a piece of a chain within a very complex telecommunications infrastructure. Anytime you pick up the phone to make a phone call to somebody else, whether it's your next door neighbor or somebody around the world, that telephone call routes from wires at your home to the utility poles to central switching stations to fiber optic cables, sometimes microwave links. It's a very complex piece that's controlled by many different companies in that chain. NextG is one of those companies. We're not branded to sell to the public. We have no intention of selling any services to the public. We're not unlike any of those other providers in that chain. And it's in the state of California, the California Public Utilities Commission requires that NextG obtain the certificate that it has as a public utility in order to deliver these services. It's not an option. It's something that's mandated with extremely high penalties if we do not get the appropriate certification and work with the Public Utilities Commission for everything that we do. Our network is an independent network. It's easy to commingle what we're doing with what our customers is seeking to do, but our application is still on its own.
Mr. Ryan, let me tell you what's bothering me. By the regulations that are promulgated outside of this county and outside of our community, it seems like we are forbidden to make a decision here that you perhaps have an inappropriate technology to be deployed in our community. I'm not making the judgment that it is, but if the folks that were here testifying that they don't like the way it looks in the community and we had a broad consensus, if we were to vote on it, maybe the community would say we don't want the technology to populate our community. And yet what it sounds like to me is we're being told we don't have that choice because you will never, I'll never pay a bill to you related to cell service because you have a gap in service. Even though you admit very candidly, you're not going to provide all the coverage in this community to your customer. Is that?
That's correct. Now, let me add that telecommunications and utility corridors in general have been carved out in a special place by Congress and by the, by this California state legislature, because it's been determined at various different levels at various different times as early as 1934, when the Telecommunications Act was first passed, that if you left it up to local communities to make decisions, nobody would have telephone service. And so the decision was taken in many respects, and this is why there's reasons, there's policy reasons as to why the laws are the way they are. It's because in order for telecommunications to achieve universal service objectives, in order to achieve the public interest that is gained by having competition, multiple carriers that through that offer competitive services that increase the amount of things that you can do with your phone and things that you may not think individually are important or useful, but that Congress and the state as a legislative matter have determined that they are, and that's why those constraints exist.
And yet we have clearly in the language that's in here, we have the requirement that it's the least intrusive means, which, if I understood Ms. Lowry correctly, is an entirely subjective decision on the part of, in this case, under the Tier 1 review. It's an entirely subjective decision as to whether or not this is the least intrusive means of meeting the gap in service.
Respectfully, if I may, that's not the case here. In the county, which is somewhat unusual, the county has defined the least intrusive means and has passed an exhaustive ordinance that has been amended since 1996, no less than 5 times, is being amended again today. It's constantly under review. The current definition for least intrusive means
sounds like your system.
Is our system.
Yeah.
And so, we're meeting what the county has defined as the least intrusive means. In other cases, we need to sort of argue that we're the least intrusive means, but that's taken off the table here because the county did that for us.
Any other questions of Mr. Ryan? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we're going to close the public hearing, and commissioners, we are in deliberation.
So, Mr. Chair, I think
Yes.
what we had talked about was deliberating each case separately. So if the commission wants to make have some general deliberations, I think you can probably do that, but then you're going to need to
We will
tailor
make
your
sure
general comments
that
to
each
each
permit
case.
is covered, but let me get a sense of whether a preliminary decision might be made, and we will, that isn't site-specific, but we will pull everyone in and get it covered if we go that way. Let me see what my colleagues are thinking. And we will begin with Commissioner Burrows.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I would like to commend and compliment the property owners and the residents of Montecito who have done a great deal of work and put a lot of time and energy into the appeal that you're asking for here today. I found many of your arguments very compelling. In my opinion, we as Montecito, and maybe the county too, would have been better served if all of these permits had been taken as a whole. I believe the word was a system as a whole, and taken to the Tier 4 review. That would have given us, I believe, an evaluation of other sites and might have brought forth information that would make the residents of Montecito feel more comfortable with NextG's moving into to our community. And so when the time is right, Mr. Chairman, I would like to offer and ask for the support of the Commission to grant the appeal on this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Burrows. Any other comments? Would the commissioners prepared for a motion at this point? You're collecting thoughts. Okay. Let's, you're collecting thoughts. Okay. A 2-minute break, but let's make it very brief, and we'll come back very soon. Okay. Thank you. Are we back? We are. We are reconvening, and it is the NextG Cellular Antenna Appeals, and we are in deliberation. And what is the pleasure of the Commission?
No, now I've had time to collect my thoughts. Thank you.
A lot of collecting has happened.
Yeah, right. There's a lot of collecting here. I think I agree with Commissioner Burrows. I think this should have been treated as a Tier 4 project. I think that if we were looking at one, common sense says one is one. The fact that we have 7 appeals before us at this time, and we have another appeal coming already posted on the next agenda, tells us common sense. This is a network. NextG can't just put up one cell phone antenna and have it work. So common sense tells me that it needs to be treated as a whole, and so I think that it should be treated as a whole, and at the county level, it needs to be looked at as a whole, and obviously, I'm sure NextG will take these appeals to the Board of Supervisors. That is their right, and I think that's the appropriate place to look at countywide policies with regards to this particular company and future companies that may come. We're just a very small player in the whole thing. It just happened to fall in our lap first.
Commissioner Oberl.
I'm going to support the appeal, although I have to be honest, I'm not sure that what NextG has proposed isn't perfectly acceptable. What I do know is that the policies and the process that we're following have deprived this commission and the community of a really adequate opportunity for input. And I would cite as a specific, I believe it was Cindy Feinberg, got up and gave input that, we received it here, but it wasn't received by the community as a whole. I don't know that P&D had received it before. Other people talked about the aesthetics and the availability of other poles in proximity to the locations that have been selected. I think there's a whole gap in information that would have been made available to us and to P&D had this been processed in a different manner, specifically Tier 4. And I think for that reason, I find it necessary to support.
I tend to agree. I believe that with a Tier 4 review, we will, and under a conditional use permit, we will go deeper into the analysis, and I think particularly the siting, if there's options, the community could be helpful in achieving your goals, NextG, and the communities. And just on that level, I think it's important to raise the level of review, and it does affect the aesthetics. It's a common shared value we have as Mr. I can never pronounce your name. Van Dynwick so elegantly announced earlier. So I would be as supportive of a higher level of review as well. And Ms. Commissioner Burr, Commissioner Idles. And then we're going to get to your motion, I believe.
I think next is going to be in town, and something will be worked out. But I do agree that we need to take this, I think, to a better level of review. I think it would be only fair to the community. I think it's fair to the public. Came here and expressed their deep concern over the antenna locations and their visual intrusion, and so I think if we can work with those things, I would support the appeal and uphold that, and so that's what I'm.
Thank you, Commissioner Burrows. Council, would you like to interject?
I would. Mr. Chair, Commissioners, we've laid out Ms. Lowry's laid out the legal framework for you for how our review process works on these appeals. It is clear under case law that you have the option of denying these applications for aesthetic reasons if you have both substantial evidence to support your decision and it's not an effective prohibition. Where I'm uncertain here, where I see the commission going, is I'm uncertain on your authority to deny on the basis that it should be a different appeal route, a different permit route, when our ordinance actually provides for the permit route that the applicant has chosen. So regardless of what decision you make, if the decision is the denial, we need substantial evidence to support findings for denial. So we need the commission to articulate the basis for that denial and the basis for that decision. We don't have enough direction yet to be able to craft findings to support a denial decision.
Counsel, respectfully, I must disagree. I believe the appellant's appeal was based on principally, if not totally, that the tier structure adopted was not correct, and the result was less of a spotlight on this issue. I think it's appropriate for us to uphold that appeal, and I'm not sure how to direct P&D to do Tier 4, but that's the hope of this commission right now. I don't know that we have to get to the aesthetics. If there is that objection, it will come later. If there should be appeals from our decision if we do Tier 4. But in the meantime, I think it's appropriate for us to ask to agree that the tier level was inappropriately chosen. Would you let us continue on that basis?
Of course, it's your option to continue. Of course it is. I just want to make it clear to the commission that we do need substantial evidence to support the decision. And the only way that we can get that substantial evidence to craft the finding is from your commission.
And we would love to go to aesthetics, perhaps, but we don't even have options. We don't have. I think with, again, just upholding the appeal, requesting a Tier 4 review will get us closer to an appropriate resolution, and I think it's premature to ask for the findings that you want, and I understand that. But I think on this, in the first instance, we can do this.
Mr. Commissioner, it seems to me that the direction that we're trying to go is that we are intending, from what I hear, to uphold the appeals. Not deny the appeals, but uphold, uphold the appeals. We do not need to have findings to uphold the appeals. We're just going to say, but aren't those written into the staff report already? Why?
Okay.
No, we have to come back to this.
Mr. Chair,
Yeah.
let's make sure that all of the commissioners are really voting on the same
I
thing.
didn't confuse
So
everyone.
what Commissioner Burrows started out with was upholding the appeals and denying the permits.
Right.
So if that's where the commission's at, that is not what our staff report supports.
Right.
Our staff report supports denying the appeals and upholding the permits.
I'm sorry if I misspoke.
Okay.
So we have a motion to okay. Let's see how it sounds.
I would welcome advice from County Council on this. My motion is that the commission approve the appeals that have been before us today based on lack of evidence that there was a thorough and complete review of the aesthetics and of the other information that should have been, and that these 1 through 7 were viewed as Tier 1 projects, when I believe evidence before us would support that this should have been considered a network or a system as a whole.
Good. I'll second that. Discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Passes 5-1. 5-0. This goes on much longer. God knows what we'll be doing up here.
So, Mr. Chair, and maybe County Council can comment, I assume you're making that motion on each of, that follows all.
Thank you.
1 through 7, there are 7 before
Right.
us, right?
Okay.
Inclusive, all 1 through 7.
Can we incorporate that by reference, or do you need identification numbers?
So, Mr. Chair, Commissioners,
No.
we can
No.
take.
Question.
No.
Vote
No.
to incorporate
No.
letter?
No.
We can do that. We can
Oh,
do that
yes,
in a
yes,
minute.
yes, sorry.
It was submitted.
I did that in the beginning. Let me restate the request for any ex parte communications that you had that provided information that we did not hear. If you think so, please raise it. I think.
No, I had none that could provide information, you know.
I've had ex parte communications, but there's nothing that was mentioned that wasn't mentioned here in front of everyone. So
Yes, and I did as well, and I learned nothing from that communication that was not distributed to the commission.
I had one too, it was a call, and I didn't learn anything from it that I didn't already.
Very good. Okay, I think we're covered, and Council.
Mr. Chair, if I just may make a recommendation. So normally when the commission takes an action that is different than staff's recommendation, we normally would do a continuance and craft findings. Here, because of the timing of when we're processing it and the action that's been taken, we don't have the opportunity to do that. But what I would suggest is perhaps that you direct staff to craft findings that would support Commissioner Burrows' motion. I mean, using the language of her motion, and that would be, just a verbatim of her motion would be the findings that support the decision. But I'd just like the commission to take action on that so that there would be official findings to support the decision.
I do hereby request that staff draft findings which reflect the language of the motion that we considered and passed today.
Mr. Chair, one cleanup item, and I think this is what Ms. Basham was speaking to. You did receive 2 letters that were late submittals, and they were more than a page, and so I think to be very clear, the commission should decide whether or not you're accepting them into the record. And those include the...
Ms. Basham's letter and Mr. Ryan's letter.
No. Mr.
No?
Ryan's letter was timely received. I think it was the January 25th Price Postel and Parma letter and the packet that was received from Cindy Feinberg.
A motion is requested? A motion?
I so move, accept the letters.
Second, all in favor of accepting those 2 items into the record? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? No. Okay.
Great.
All right. And we are done. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.